Imagine a land bathed in the emerald light of a rising sun, a realm woven not only with the threads of the purest reverie, but with the very wisdom of the stars. Long before history etched its first chronicles in stone or papyrus, long before our annals began to count the cycles of empires and oblivion, there existed an echo, a primordial vibration, a civilization whose name resonates on the winds of time like a forgotten song: Lemuria. Today, soul seeker, you who have perhaps felt that inner call toward the mysteries of our origins, we unveil together not just the fragments of a continent said to be lost in the mists of the ocean, but the reflection of a longing that beats, persistent and profound, in the very heart of humanity. A longing for original purity, for untainted wisdom, for those golden pasts where human beings lived in an exquisite symphony with existence. This is not merely a chronicle of bygone times. It is an invitation to awaken something sacred that lies dormant in the deepest part of your being. Because the idea of Lemuria, also known as Mu, the motherland, like a starseed carried on cosmic currents, has traveled through the eons, transforming itself. From a scientific hypothesis whispered in 19th century salons to explain the mysteries of life on our planet, it has blossomed into a cornerstone, a beacon of hope within the vast temple of esoteric tradition and spiritual seeking. Are these lost continents mere fantasies, escapes from a reality often too harsh? Or are they perhaps symbolic spaces where our collective soul projects its deepest thirst for meaning, its nostalgia for an ancestral home it feels with an inexplicable certainty to have once known? Today, I invite you on a journey to that realm of remembrance, a journey that could awaken ancestral memories in your own heart. This is a story that perhaps your soul already knows. The visions we will share about this civilization come from deep explorations of the spirit, from attentive listening to forgotten traditions, and from perspectives that, while not always aligning with the conventional view, converge astonishingly on themes of high spiritual development, sublime harmony with nature, and an understanding of subtle energies that we are only just beginning to glimpse today. This convergence of visions, coming from diverse paths, whispers to us the possibility of an underlying truth perceived through multiple veils. Where did this dreamland flourish? Under which skies did it unfold its magnificence? Traditions and visions often place it in the vast Pacific Ocean, a realm of glittering islands and archipelagos that once stretched like a string of pearls across the deep blue. Some echoes also remember it in the Indian Ocean, joining continents now separated. But beyond a precise geography, the idea of Lemuria, its spiritual essence, is what truly endures, more potent than any coordinate on a map. It is a geography of the soul, an inner landscape that calls us to remember. And when did Lemuria dance beneath the sun and stars? The chronologies proposed by those who have explored its mysteries vary, like echoes arriving from different depths of time, but all, without exception, point to an antiquity that stirs the imagination and challenges our linear understanding of history. It is spoken of as the original homeland of humanity, the true birthplace of civilized beings, with an existence that could date back hundreds of thousands, even millions of years, to eras when the Earth itself was young and vibrant. Imagine for a moment the vastness of that perspective. The deepest narratives tell us that Lemuria was no accident of evolution. Perhaps 200,000 years ago, or even earlier, beings of a very high consciousness, sometimes called the Alethir, arrived on our young planet with a sacred mission to help raise the Earth's vibration, awaken its luminous potential, and encode its waters, the mirror of life, with the very essence of cosmic consciousness. And they chose Lemuria, or Mu, as their home, as the crucible where this great work of love would be carried out. Their purpose was to be a beacon of light and knowledge for a world in its infancy. Other traditions whisper that these first Lemurians, and perhaps also their Atlantean brothers of the primeval eras, were travelers from distant stars, ancient souls who sought refuge on Earth, fleeing conflicts in other galaxies, assuming here the sacred duty of being guardians of this blue planet. It is said that a loving, angelic presence, an emanation of the Source itself, has accompanied the Earth from the beginning of time, weaving a cosmic connection with our spiritual development, a guidance that found fertile ground to flourish in Lemuria. And now, traveler of consciousness, let us delve into the beating heart of this civilization. What was life like in this ancestral paradise? The descriptions that have come down to us, like petals of a flower of light, consistently paint a picture of utopia, of a society woven with the threads of peace, equality, and a profound harmony with the universe. A reflection, perhaps, of that perennial longing we all carry within for an ideal world.
Imagine a society where war was an unknown word, a concept alien to the heart, where conflicts dissolved in understanding and love, and where every being worked joyfully for the common good in an exquisite and rare symphony of cooperation. It is spoken of as a place of absolute equality, where every task was valued not for its prestige or material reward, but for its contribution to the collective well-being. Some sources suggest a social structure where the feminine was deeply honored, a matriarchy of wisdom, or a perfect balance where the voice of women, bearers of intuition and connection to the cycles of life, resonated with equal authority and respect in the community councils. The divine feminine was the matrix of creation, and this reverence was reflected in every aspect of life. A council of elders, men and women of proven wisdom and pure heart, offered their guidance and counsel, but did not impose their jurisdiction, for the true direction emanated from a deeper source, from a collective connection. Perhaps the most mysterious and profound aspect of their social structure was the group mind. Individuality, as we know it today, with its barriers and its emphasis on separation, was not the focus. There existed instead a collective consciousness, a unity where the joy of one was the joy of all, and the challenge of one was felt and supported by the entire community, like a single organism of love. Children did not belong to individual parents in a possessive sense. They were the sons and daughters of the entire community, nurtured, loved, and guided by every member, each contributing their unique gifts to the sacred task of raising them. This concept of marriage or family, with its often exclusive ties, did not exist in the way we know it today. No one owned anything in the material sense. The Earth's resources were considered a divine gift to be shared by all with joy and gratitude. This group mind, far from being a lack of individual development, is seen by many as a higher state of consciousness, a spiritual achievement of unity that contrasts deeply with the often isolating individualism of our era. Daily life unfolded in a sweet and harmonious synchrony with the sacred cycles of nature. Their homes, built with organic materials like living woods, crystals, and plant fibers, were not mere shelters, but living temples, energetically aligned with the environment, breathing in unison with the earth. And although they lived in profound simplicity, they also erected magnificent cities, if we can call them that, with great temples and palaces of an ethereal beauty, the first the world had ever known. Works of art we can barely dream of today, where light and sound danced in perfect harmony.
They enjoyed a generous abundance. The bountiful seas and fertile fields, bathed by a benevolent sun, provided them with everything they needed with ease, allowing them to dedicate most of their time and energy to cultivating the spirit, developing the arts, and exploring the deep mysteries of inner and outer knowledge. It was they, it is said, who gave the world writing, not as a mere system of accounting, but as a sacred way of capturing the wisdom of the stars and the secrets of the soul. They gave birth to religion, understood in its purest sense as the reunion with the divine. They charted the paths of navigation, guided by the stars, read the messages of the cosmos in the dance of astrology, developed a medicine that healed the body, mind, and spirit as an inseparable unit, and wove music with the very harmonies of the universe, creating sounds that could elevate, heal, and transform. Their cultural influences, like seeds of light carried on invisible winds, are still perceived today in the ancestral totems of ancient cultures, in the sacred geometry of forgotten temples, in the enigmatic statues that guard secrets on remote islands. But the true heart of Lemuria, its incandescent core, its undying essence, was its profound, omnipresent, and radiant spirituality. It was not an isolated aspect of life, reserved for special moments or places, but the very fabric of their existence, the breath that animated every facet of their development. The Lemurians possessed an innate, cellular understanding of their sacred place in the cosmos, an intimate and vibrant connection with the great mystery that envelops all. They were, in essence, the spark of divine consciousness embodied on Earth, rooted not in the surface of personality, but in the beginnings at the soul level, in the memory of their stellar origin. Their primary focus, the compass that guided their each choice, was spiritual development and the pursuit of an absolute and joyful harmony with nature, a path of cooperation, love, and respect for all life. This contrasts deeply with the pursuits oriented toward control, domination, and exploitation that would, unfortunately, later characterize other great civilizations. Water, for them, was a supremely sacred element, a liquid mirror of the cosmos, a conduit of divine energies. You will recall it is said that those primeval beings, the Alethir, came to encode the water of our planet, to imbue it with the vibration of higher consciousness. The perennial philosophies, those eternal truths that have nurtured humanity over millennia, find, according to many, their purest origin in the fertile spiritual soil of Lemurian culture. Lemuria, therefore, was not just a physical place. Soul who explores these ideas, it was a state of being, a spiritual model for humanity, a luminous dream of what we can become. From the earliest childhood, education focused on spiritual development and direct connection with the universe. Children learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to read the wisdom in the twinkle of the stars, to feel the rhythmic pulse of the earth beneath their feet. Community rituals and ceremonies were essential, not as empty dogmas, but as powerful acts of social cohesion, energetic alignment, and conscious connection with cosmic forces. Imagine collective meditations under a star-studded sky, where thousands of hearts beat as one. Joyful celebrations of natural cycles, honoring the solstices and equinoxes. Sacred dances that were prayers in motion, weaving the energy of heaven and earth. There are legends that speak of Lemurians in places of great power, like the sacred Mount Shasta, performing nocturnal ceremonies in honor of the universal light, the source of all life. And herein lies one of their most remarkable and transformative abilities. They were predominantly telepathic beings. Communication flowed from mind to mind, from heart to heart, like a crystalline stream, allowing for deep understanding, instant empathy, and an unbreakable social unity. Can you imagine a world without misunderstandings, where pure intention is transmitted directly, where the truth of another is felt without filters? Their medicine was truly holistic, a sublime fusion of intuitive spiritual knowledge and a scientific understanding of natural laws. They used subtle energy, the vibrations of sound and color, the power of crystals, and the wisdom of medicinal plants. But above all, they understood that true healing emanates from the inner balance of the soul, from inner harmony. And in this garden of wisdom, the feminine energy played a crucial and revered role. It is said that the women in Lemuria, due to their intrinsic connection with intuition and the cycles of life, were instructed in fundamental spiritual truths by beings of light, often called the Pleiadian star mothers. An ancestral wisdom that, believe it or not, still resides, vibrant and accessible, in our Akashic record, that etheric library containing the entire history of the soul, all the experiences of the universe. This idea is fundamental because it means that Lemurian experiences and teachings have not been lost forever. They are stored in the Akasha, and each of us, if we choose to, with an open heart and intention, can access them. The notion that we may have had past lives in Lemuria, that its memories may be gently awakening within us, allows for a personal and experiential connection with this ancient past, transforming it from a distant legend into a living, pulsating part of our being. What then was the sacred mission of this extraordinary civilization? To raise the vibration of planet Earth, which in its dawn was much denser, to encode its waters with the consciousness of unity, to serve as a beacon of light and knowledge in a young and evolving world. Mu and Lemuria had specific roles as guides and protectors of the planetary energy portals, those vortexes that connect the Earth to higher dimensions and the vast cosmos. But it is vital to understand, as some contemporary wisdom teaches us, that Lemuria was not a civilization of already perfected beings. It was, rather, the first spiritual classroom of humanity, the divine spark that set our souls on their long and fascinating evolutionary journey. Humanity, therefore, is not simply destined to return to an idealized Lemurian past, but to surpass it, to build upon that sacred foundation an even more expanded and integrated consciousness. The Lemurian wisdom, which seemed to be lost on the surface of history, is now being remembered, revived by many, which speaks to a cyclical and hopeful vision of spiritual evolution, where every apparent end is, in fact, the prelude to a new and more glorious dawn. The Lemurians, these dreamlike beings, were distinguished not only by their elevated spirituality, but also by their remarkable psychic characteristics and a level of knowledge and technology that, in many respects, went far beyond what our conventional ancient civilizations even imagined. However, and this is crucial to understanding their essence, their technology was not a cold, separate force from life, as ours often is. Instead, it was intrinsically linked to their spiritual principles and a deep understanding of the living, conscious energies of nature. They were, as we have surmised, highly advanced and spiritually evolved beings. Telepathic communication was a common skill, almost as natural as breathing, allowing for a unity of thought and feeling, and an understanding that would seem miraculous to us today. Some legends, especially those that have endured in places of power, like the sacred Mount Shasta, describe them as beings of imposing stature, tall and graceful, with surprising agility. Their heads and foreheads, it is said, were broader, perhaps indicating greater brain capacity, or more likely, a more direct and active connection to the higher realms of consciousness through a fully functional pineal gland. They are often visualized wearing robes of a radiant white or iridescent colors, a symbol of their purity of intention and spiritual connection. And their technology, here we enter a realm of wonders that challenges our conventional imagination. Imagine a technology that does not seek to dominate nature, but to dance with it in perfect harmony. An astonishing mastery of subtle energies, of the vibrational principles that underlie all creation. It was not a technology of gears and combustion that pollutes and destroys, but a technology of the spirit, where material advancement and spiritual wisdom were not opposing forces, but the two inseparable wings of the same bird of conscious evolution. Visualize the use of crystal energy. Magnificent crystals of a purity and size unknown today, not as mere ornaments, but as powerful, living tools for storing, amplifying, and channeling cosmic energy. These crystals were fundamental in their healing technologies, their systems of interdimensional communication, and even in generating light and power for their communities. They knew and applied the technology of resonance, They understood that everything in the universe is vibration, is music, and they learned to use specific frequencies for construction, moving immense blocks of stone as if they were feathers, simply with the power of sound and intention. And for healing, stimulating the regeneration of tissues and organs with precise sound and light waves, restoring the vibrational harmony of the being. They mastered solar energy in ways we are only beginning to glimpse, capturing and storing sunlight as an inexhaustible, clean and sustainable source, living in perfect harmony with the energy cycles of their star, which they considered a conscious being. They practiced the encoding of water, as we have already mentioned, imbuing this sacred element with specific energies and frequencies for healing the physical and etheric body, and for the exuberant flourishing of their crops, creating an agriculture of vibrant and healthy abundance without the need for chemical artifices. They built, it is said, ships of light. Yes, etheric or semi-physical vehicles capable of traveling not only through three-dimensional space, but also through the dimensions, using pure light, zero-point energy, and consciousness as propulsion. With these ships, they maintained contact with other benevolent star civilizations, participating in a galactic exchange of wisdom and love. Sacred geometry was the basis of all their creation, the language with which they dialogued with the universe. They applied it in all their constructions and technologies, not for mere aesthetics, though the result was always of a breathtaking beauty, but because they understood that certain forms and proportions are in direct resonance with the fundamental creative forces of the cosmos, allowing for optimal energetic alignment and astonishing efficiency. They established and maintained planetary energy grids, an invisible but powerful mesh of energetic points and lines of force that connected the entire globe, used for transferring vital energy, for instant communication over long distances, and crucially, for maintaining the energetic balance and vibrational health of the planet itself. There is even talk of their ability to influence the weather, not capriciously or for their own benefit, but always to maintain the balance and harmony of ecosystems, and whispers of even more astonishing abilities, like mastery of anti-gravity and a deep understanding of genetics, far beyond the superficial manipulation we know today.
This was a soft technology, a technology of consciousness that manipulated subtle energies and information, in deep contrast to the hard technology based on brute force and exploitation that often characterizes our era. Their mastery of such diverse fields through unifying principles like sacred geometry and resonance suggests a holistic and interconnected understanding of the universe, a vision that our modern science, often so fragmented, is only beginning to rediscover at its most audacious frontiers. Lemuria, this beacon of wisdom, did not exist in splendid isolation. Like a bright star in a vast firmament, it interacted with other contemporary cultures and civilizations, and none of these interactions was as significant nor as charged with destiny and learning for the future as its complex relationship with the equally legendary Atlantis. According to esoteric chronicles, Lemuria and Atlantis were, in their origins, two sister civilizations, both highly advanced, that initially coexisted in a spirit of cooperation and mutual respect. There was a time of fruitful contact, of exchanging knowledge and technologies, where the Atlanteans even adopted many of the spiritual practices and subtle technologies of the Lemurians. However, with the inexorable passage of time, like two rivers that originate from the same mountain but take divergent courses to the sea, fundamental philosophical differences arose. The Lemurians, as we have explored, maintained their focus on spirituality, on harmony with nature, on the inner development of the being. The Atlanteans, on the other hand, or at least an increasingly influential faction among them, began to progressively orient themselves toward external control, toward power through an increasingly materialistic technology, and toward the manipulation of natural forces for their own ends, sometimes forgetting the wisdom of the heart and the consequences of their actions. These philosophical differences, like seeds of discord sown in a fertile field, eventually led to tensions, to deep disagreements, and tragically, to conflicts that, according to some narratives, contributed to the fall of both great civilizations. It is said that the wise Lemurians, with their deep vision, warned their Atlantean brothers about the inherent danger in using certain energies for warlike purposes, about the risks of manipulating the very structure of life through genetic experiments on the human race, and about the development of weapons of unimaginable destructive power. But the warnings, like leaves swept away by a wind of ambition and pride, were often not heeded. The fascination with material power and knowledge without the guidance of wisdom can be a very seductive and dangerous siren's call.
And so, it is narrated that a war of great dimensions, a terrible conflagration that used forces that shook the very foundations of the planet, broke out between these two once sister civilizations, a war that ultimately contributed to the ruin of both. This relationship, which evolves from cooperation to confrontation due to divergent philosophies, serves as a powerful and eternal archetypal narrative, a mirror that reflects the enduring human debates about the true meaning of progress, the ethics in the application of technology, and the delicate and always necessary balance between spiritual wisdom and material power. Nevertheless, not all of Lemuria's interactions were somber. It is insistently stated that the Lemurians established peaceful and constructive relationships with other advanced civilizations of their time, both terrestrial and from other worlds, freely sharing their knowledge and technologies to benefit humanity as a whole, thus expanding their benevolent influence. Their ships of light, which we have already spoken of, facilitated this interplanetary and intercultural contact. These interactions are consistently presented as beneficial and enriching, positioning Lemuria as an ideal for intercultural relations based on generosity and brotherhood, in sharp contrast to the historical patterns of conquest and exploitation that have so marked our species. As guides and protectors of the planetary portals, their primary objective was to be a beacon of light and knowledge for the entire world, an anchor of spiritual stability on a planet in full and often turbulent evolution. But even the most beautiful dreams, the most radiant golden ages, can face the dawn of a harsh reality on the physical plane.
The disappearance of Lemuria is a central theme in its vast mythology, an echo of loss and transformation that resonates through the millennia in the cellular memory of humanity. Its end was not a simple fading into the mists of time, but a cataclysmic event, or a series of them, attributed to a complex combination of furious natural forces and, in some versions, to the ravages of conflict and the misuse of power. The oral traditions of the peoples of Polynesia, whose ancestors are said to come from a submerged motherland, speak with reverent fear of a mighty warrior wave, a tsunami of unimaginable proportions that swept the land, engulfing islands and transforming the face of the planet. Other sources indicate that Lemuria did not suffer a single catastrophe, but a prolonged series of natural disasters that stretched over many thousands of years before the main continent finally disappeared beneath the waters. The original scientific theory that postulated it suggested a sinking due to intense volcanic activity, and there are accounts of explosions so massive that they formed new land masses where the Lemurian paradise once extended.
And as we have heard, the conflict with Atlantis is also often cited as a contributing factor, or even as the main cause of the destruction of both civilizations. Arrogance, the misuse of power, disconnection from the sacred laws of life can unleash forces that not even the most advanced civilizations can control. Finally, the glorious landmass of Lemuria, with its cities of light and its temples of wisdom, submerged beneath the ocean, becoming the lost continent that we remember today with a mixture of wonder and melancholy. The end came. However, and this however is a door to hope. The physical destruction of Lemuria did not mean the end of its influence, nor the total silence of its eternal song. For true wisdom, like divine energy, is not destroyed. It only transforms, disseminates, finding new channels. It is said that before the great cataclysm, many Lemurians, foreseeing the disaster, took wise measures to preserve their knowledge and their lineage. Some survivors, guided by the light of their intuition, made their way to other parts of the world, carrying with them the seeds of their elevated culture. They incorporated their scientific skills and deep mystical knowledge into the existing cultures of Asia, Polynesia, and the Americas, silently enriching the tapestry of human civilization. This narrative transforms a devastating cataclysm into an almost divine mechanism for the planetary dissemination of spiritual knowledge, a diaspora of light. Others, it is told, after the great wars and facing the imminence of earthly changes, retreated beneath the Earth's surface to intraterrestrial realms, where, it is said, many remain to this day, guarding the ancient wisdom and awaiting the opportune moment to reveal themselves. The legends of sacred places like Mount Shasta speak of Lemurians who built magnificent subterranean cities like the mythical Telos, from where they continue to radiate their light and subtly guide the evolution of humanity on the surface. This idea fuels the hope in the hidden masters, beings of great wisdom and compassion, who watch over us from dimensions or places beyond our ordinary perception. There are accounts of Lemurians who, before the final sinking, stored their vast
knowledge in gigantic master crystals, programming them to release their wisdom when humanity was once again ready to receive it. Some of these crystals were taken to new lands, like North America, where they patiently await the moment of their awakening. And it is even narrated that some groups of Lemurians, using their advanced technology of light ships or flying saucers, escaped the cataclysms by orbiting the Earth while the waters covered their home, later landing on newly emerged or stabilized continents, with the area of the sacred lake Titicaca in the Andes often mentioned as one of these new beginnings.
Thus, soul traveler, the legacy of Lemuria is profound, multifaceted, and, surprisingly, alive in our present. It is not just a story of a lost past, but an active presence that resonates in the hearts of those who know how to listen. Look with new eyes at the majestic totems of the Pacific Northwest. Contemplate the exquisite harmony of certain ancient Chinese architecture. Feel the unfathomable enigma of the colossal statues of Easter Island. Delve into the perennial philosophies that speak of unity, love, and transcendence. In all of them, some see a kinship, a subtle echo, an undeniable connection with the wisdom and spirit of Lemuria. Its primordial wisdom, about balance in all things, about harmony with nature and connection with the cosmos, remains profoundly relevant to us today, as we earnestly seek to heal our world and our own souls. Its mystical principles, it is said, influenced the roots of the world's major religions, like a subterranean river that feeds many wells, though its origin has been forgotten. And perhaps most importantly, the Lemurian teachings and experiences are imprinted like an indelible mark on the Akashic record, that vast etheric library of the universe, accessible today to those who seek with an open heart and a willing mind. The story of the fall of Lemuria and the subsequent and now awaited awakening to its wisdom embodies a cyclical pattern of rise, apparent loss, and potential rebirth, a pattern that is common in many cosmologies and offers us immense and much-needed hope. Because Lemuria, for the authentic seeker, is much more than an ancient myth or a fascinating legend. It offers a powerful and attractive alternative to the purely materialistic worldviews that so often leave us feeling empty and disconnected. It speaks directly to that deep longing that many of us feel within for a more harmonious, more connected, more spiritually significant existence. It provides us with a vital sense of connection to an ancient, vast past filled with a wisdom that resonates with our innermost truth, reminding us that we are not mere accidents of evolution, but heirs to a glorious stellar legacy. The idea, transmitted by some currents of spiritual thought, that humanity is not simply destined to return to a Lemurian past, but to surpass it, offers us an incredibly empowering and dynamic evolutionary perspective. It is not about idealizing a lost and unattainable past, but about recognizing that Lemuria was a precious seed, a fundamental first classroom, and that now, armed with that memory and that inspiration, we are called to blossom into something even greater, integrating that ancestral wisdom with the experiences, learnings, and understandings of our own time. The characteristics attributed to Lemuria, lasting peace, ecological harmony, a primary spiritual focus, a strong sense of community and cooperation, Technology, always at the service of life, often contrasts sharply with the challenges and crises we perceive in our modern world. In this way, the image of Lemuria functions as a mirror, reflecting not only our current anxieties, yes, but also, and this is crucial, our deepest and most heartfelt aspirations, our most luminous dreams of a better world. And perhaps the most intimate and transformative part of this living legacy is the emphasis on the Akashic records and the idea that each of us may have past lives or direct significant soul connections with Lemuria. This profoundly personalizes the Lemurian myth. It transforms from a distant and abstract collective story into an individual, unique and sacred journey of remembrance, healing, and awakening. If something in the deepest part of your being has vibrated with a special resonance while contemplating these ideas, if you feel a familiar echo in the forgotten corners of your heart, you should know that it is no accident. You are part of, in one way or another, this great and glorious awakening. And so, we arrive at the threshold where the past whispers to the present, where the memory of Lemuria becomes a compass for the future. This civilization, whether a physical reality buried beneath the waves, a potent archetype woven into the loom of collective consciousness, or a sublime spiritual metaphor that illuminates our path, remains an enduring enigma that invites us to inner exploration, to courageous introspection, and to reverent wonder. Its history, or rather its essence, reflects humanity's continuous and tireless search to understand its deepest origins, its highest purpose, and its limitless creative and spiritual potential. It reminds us, with a voice that resonates beyond words, that harmony is not an unattainable fantasy, but our natural state of being. That connection with all life is our true heritage, and that the deepest wisdom resides not in some distant external place, but in the silent sanctuary of our own heart, patiently waiting to be rediscovered and lived. The question that now floats in the air, vibrant and clear in the silence of your own soul, is this: will we choose this time, at this crucial moment in planetary history, to consciously live the wisdom that we have always carried latent within us? Will we choose, with courage and joy, to remember and embody the sublime song of unity, love, and harmony that Lemuria once sang to the world, and that still today whispers in our deepest dreams and in the noblest longings of our spirit? Thank you, from the bottom of my heart, for joining me on this journey through the veils of time and mystery, for opening your mind and your spirit to the persistent echoes of this ancestral motherland. If you have felt connected in any way with this message, if a spark of recognition or hope has ignited within you, consider this not as an end, but as an invitation. An invitation to continue exploring these topics on your own, to keep questioning, to keep remembering, to keep growing. If this journey has resonated with you and you wish to delve deeper into these explorations of ancient wisdom and the awakening of consciousness, I invite you to subscribe to this channel and join our growing community of seekers. Together, we can continue to unveil the mysteries that connect us to our luminous past and our potential future. never forget. The sacred past of Lemuria is not left behind, lost and irretrievable. It is alive, vibrant, and present within each of us, like a starseed of infinite potential, like a genetic code of light calling us softly, insistently, lovingly home. To the home of our true divine essence, to the joyful remembrance of who we truly are in the vastness of being. The echoes of ancient Lemuria are not silenced by time, nor drowned beneath the ocean. They resonate, clear and melodious, within you, right now, as a silent but irresistible cosmic song, a sacred melody that tenderly calls you to remember the inextinguishable light that you are in your essence, and the world of peace, love, joy and harmony that together, united in purpose and heart, we can and are destined to help co-create here and now on this blessed planet Earth. The sacred journey toward that remembered future, toward that new Lemuria of the heart that is already being born and flourishing in thousands of souls around the world, begins in this very instant, with your next conscious breath, with your next loving thought, with your next choice aligned with your highest truth. It begins simply but powerfully within you. May the unfathomable peace that surpasses all understanding, may the profound wisdom that guides your every step, and may the unconditional love that embraces all and heals all of the eternal ages illuminate and abundantly bless your path now and forever. May it be so.
If you like this content, hit the like button. Share it with someone who might be interested in this topic, and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss the next videos.
In the quietest corners of our collective consciousness, in that sacred space where dreams and ancestral memories intertwine like threads of light, lies the echo of a lost world. A story that from its first whisper in the mists of antiquity has held an unbreakable, almost magnetic fascination over the human soul. It is the undying legend, the luminous enigma of Atlantis. Its journey from a possible philosophical allegory at the dawn of Western thought to its current status as a cornerstone of alternative history and esoteric spirituality reveals more about our own deepest aspirations and our most secret fears than perhaps about any landmass sunk into the oblivion of the ocean. Atlantis has evolved far beyond being a simple lost city. It has become a powerful cultural symbol, an archetype encoded in our spiritual DNA that represents a state of being we long for, a technology we have forgotten, and a human potential we have yet to fully realize. It is, as someone has said, a vivid dream emerging from the strange and murky depths of human consciousness. Today, soul traveler, you who have felt the call of this enigma, we embark together on a deep exploration, not merely to search for an island on a map, but to attempt to decipher a message that resonates through the millennia. A message directed at us now. This is not just an exercise in archaeology or geography. The search for Atlantis, in its highest form, represents a profound and modern inquiry into our true origins. A story that dares to challenge conventional scientific paradigms, often perceived as spiritually empty. It is a quest that dares to ask, are we the final product of an accidental evolution, a cosmic fluke in an indifferent universe?
Or are we perhaps the inheritors of an intentional creation, of a cosmic purpose, and of a lost potential that was once ours, and which, in the depths of our being, we long with every fiber to reclaim? There are those who argue that the crises of our modern world, war, division, imminent ecological collapse, are the direct result of a worldview based on the false assumptions of an incomplete science, a science that has forgotten the spirit. They argue that the key to our future lies precisely in the wisdom of our forgotten past. In this journey, we will explore perspectives that seek to demonstrate that our history is much grander, our heritage much richer, and our origins much more deliberate than we have commonly been told. Thus, the search for Atlantis inevitably becomes a search for the very soul of humanity. Today, we will not just unveil a legend, we will unveil a mirror. An obsidian mirror polished by time, reflecting not only our brightest light, but also our deepest shadow, what we were, what we regrettably became, and what perhaps, with wisdom gained, we are destined to become again.
All research into Atlantis, no matter how esoteric or alternative, must begin with the only primary chronicle that has survived the shipwrecks of time. A tale that it is said was passed with utmost care from the wise priests of ancient Egypt to an Athenian lawmaker, and has come down to us as the original blueprint, the seed from which the entire legend has sprouted. Imagine, if you can, a vast island continent, larger than Libya and Asia combined, majestically situated in the ocean beyond the Pillars of Hercules, that threshold we know today as the Strait of Gibraltar. Its lands were of legendary fertility, blessed with a perfect climate, with towering mountains in the north that protected it from cold winds, and a great oblong plain in the south, crisscrossed by an intricate network of irrigation canals that shone like silver veins under the sun. At the very heart of this land was its capital, a true marvel of engineering and art, built with concentric rings of land and water, like a sacred mandala etched upon the face of the planet. 3 rings of water surrounded 2 of land, and in the center, a sacred island where the main temple stood. Ingeniously constructed bridges connected the rings of land to each other, and a great canal, several kilometers long, stretched from the outer ring to the open sea, allowing the largest ships to sail directly into the bustling, beating heart of the city. The docks, filled with ships from all over the known world, were carved directly into the high rock walls of the circular moats, a vision of order and power. The architecture was a spectacle for the senses. The builders used white, black, and red-colored stones quarried from the island's core, creating buildings of breathtaking beauty that defied imagination. And the city was rich, immensely rich, in a mysterious and legendary metal, a metal that shone with a reddish gleam, like the heart of a sleeping volcano, whose name was orichalcum. Its value, the ancient account tells us, was surpassed only by that of gold. But Atlantis was not an isolated and peaceful city-state. It was the center of a formidable and expansive naval empire. Its military might had subdued many peoples, conquering parts of Libya to the very borders of Egypt and of Europe to the coasts of ancient Italy. Its imperial ambition, which grew ceaselessly, finally led it to attempt the conquest of the ancient and virtuous prehistoric Athens, an act of arrogance and hubris that would seal its tragic fate. In its beginnings, we are told, the Atlanteans were a people of extraordinary virtue. For many generations, as long as the divine nature in their blood remained pure and undiluted, they were obedient to the laws of the cosmos and maintained a deep and loving connection with the gods, from whose seed, it was said, they came. They despised everything except virtue and were not intoxicated by excessive luxury or the accumulation of wealth. They were a noble, wise, and balanced people, a true example for the world.
However, with the inexorable passage of generations, this divine heritage began to dilute. As the divine portion began to fade and human nature prevailed, they became unable to bear their immense fortune. They behaved in an unseemly manner, consumed by boundless greed, blind pride, and relentless aggression. Their power corrupted them from within, and this moral decay, this betrayal of their own luminous essence, provoked the wrath of the heavens. After their failed and arrogant attempt to conquer the virtuous prehistoric Athens, a divine punishment of unimaginable magnitude befell them. In a single day and night of misfortune, the great island of Atlantis was shaken by violent earthquakes and apocalyptic floods. And with a roar that must have shaken the entire world, it sank forever beneath the raging waves of the sea, disappearing from sight and becoming the legend that today, thousands of years later, still summons and disturbs us. Since this primordial tale became known, the search for Atlantis has led explorers, dreamers, and researchers to every corner of the globe. Each theory attempts to align the clues of the ancient text with the features of the real world in a fascinating puzzle of geology, archaeology, and myth, a quest that is as much external as it is internal. One of the most intriguing proposals places Atlantis not in the Eastern Atlantic, but in the Caribbean, with the island of Cuba as its possible epicenter. This view suggests that the civilization did not simply sink beneath the waters, but was devastated by the cataclysmic impact of a comet at the end of the last ice age, approximately 13,000 years ago. The evidence presented for this theory is multifaceted and thought-provoking. Bridges are drawn between the original account and the mythologies of the indigenous peoples of North and South America, such as the Maya and the Quiche, whose oral traditions speak of a similar destruction by fire and water from the sky. Archaeologically, it points to the existence of supposed submerged urban ruins off the coasts of Cuba and the Bahamas, suggesting complex and planned urban development now covered by the sea. Furthermore, certain anomalous findings, such as the African features of the colossal Olmec heads or traces of cocaine found in some Egyptian mummies, are interpreted as possible evidence of pre-Columbian transatlantic trade that originated in this lost Caribbean civilization. Geologically, The core of this argument is the connection between the destruction of Atlantis and the formation of the mysterious Carolina Bays, a vast series of elliptical depressions that stretch along the Atlantic coast of the United States. It is argued that these strange formations were created by the impact of fragments from the same comet that annihilated the Atlantean civilization in the Caribbean.
In the age of satellite imagery, one theory has captured the world's imagination for its striking and almost undeniable visual impact. It identifies the capital of Atlantis with the Rishat structure, also known as the Eye of the Sahara in modern-day Mauritania, a circular scar in the desert that seems to gaze back at the cosmos. The topographical similarity is admittedly astonishing. The structure, with its almost perfect concentric rings of rock, bears an incredible resemblance to the description of the Atlantean capital. Geographically, the structure is south of a mountain range and opens onto a vast plain, which proponents of the theory argue could have been an ancient inland sea or an extension of the Atlantic Ocean in a remote past. The proposed date for the destruction of this civilization, about 11,600 years ago, aligns perfectly with the end of the Younger Dryas period, an era of intense global climate catastrophe that many researchers associate with the fall of Atlantis. However, this theory faces significant criticism. The main one is that the Rishat structure is, according to conventional geology, a natural geological dome and lacks, to date, conclusive archaeological evidence to prove it housed an advanced city as described in the myth. Still, its image remains a powerful and provocative question mark. Rather than focusing on a single location, an influential school of thought focuses on the event that destroyed an advanced global civilization, of which Atlantis may have been only a part, though perhaps the most important. This event is the Younger Dryas Cataclysm, which occurred between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. From geology, evidence of catastrophic megafloods and geological scars around the world, particularly in North America, points to a cosmic impact event. It is postulated that this impact liquefied part of the Great Laurentide ice sheet and triggered a global deluge of biblical proportions, providing a scientific mechanism for the flood spoken of in countless myths around the world. Other researchers argue for a cosmic impact in the Southern Ocean about 12,800 years ago, which not only caused a worldwide flood, but was also the source of most of the water in our current oceans. They cite as proof the existence of canyons and rivers submerged at great depths, evidence of a pre-flood world with much lower sea levels. And from archaeology, this vision is complemented. The damaged but incredibly sophisticated megalithic structures in places like Peru, Bolivia, and Egypt are pointed out as the remains of this pre-cataclysmic Atlantean civilization, whose stone construction technology often surpasses our own, and whose wounds seem to speak of a cataclysm of unimaginable violence. The search does not end there, for the shadow of Atlantis is long. There are those who have explored the bold possibility that Atlantis lies beneath the thick ice of Antarctica, a theory often linked to ancient and enigmatic maps, like that of Piri Reis, which seem to show the Antarctic coast free of ice, and to strange anomalies detected by modern satellites. Another fascinating perspective proposes that ancient Egypt was not so much the location of Atlantis as its main colony and heir. According to this view, Atlantean survivors, bearers of arcane knowledge, sought refuge in the fertile Nile Valley and rebuilt their civilization, leaving their wisdom encoded in the sacred geometry of the pyramids and in a global energy grid designed to stabilize the planet after the Great Cataclysm. As we can see, the map of Atlantis is not drawn on land, but on a sea of possibilities, each inviting us to look at our world and our history with new eyes, to question what we thought we knew, and to open ourselves to a past much richer and more mysterious than we ever imagined. Beyond the fascinating question of where Atlantis was, lies the even more fundamental and revealing question of who the Atlanteans were. The origin narratives proposed by modern researchers are divided into two distinct philosophical camps, each with profound implications for our understanding of history and human potential. One of the most influential currents in modern Atlantology postulates that the Atlantean civilization was not a purely terrestrial development, but the result of a direct, deliberate, and precise intervention by non-human intelligences. In this narrative, Atlantis is described as a large-scale cosmic experiment. Extraterrestrial beings, sometimes identified with the Anunnaki of the ancient Sumerian tablets, arrived on Earth in a remote past. Finding survival on our planet difficult, they established, it is said, a treaty with another star race, often associated with the star Arcturus, to combine their own DNA with that of the indigenous humans who already inhabited the Earth. This act of advanced genetic engineering gave rise to the sons and daughters of the stars, a hybrid lineage that became the 12 founding families of Atlantis. Each of these families was assigned custody of one of the 12 regions of the continent and the sacred mission of maintaining the connection with one of the 12 great universal portals, with the aim of guiding the spiritual awakening of the planet. This vision is often linked to the enigmatic figure of Thoth, the Egyptian god of wisdom, who is presented as an Atlantean priest-king, an immortal being, bearer of this stellar legacy, and supposed author of the legendary Emerald Tablets, which would contain Atlantean wisdom.
From this point of view, humanity as a whole was genetically modified by beings from other worlds, and this infusion of foreign DNA is the catalyst that separates us from other primates and endows us with our superior abilities. It is argued that the advanced genetics that give us our complex brain and sensitive nervous system are the result of an ancient and precise fusion of genes, an event that implies that something beyond evolution made our humanity possible, approximately 200,000 years ago. In direct opposition to this interventionist model is the school of thought that sees Atlantis as the pinnacle of achievement of an indigenous human civilization, a culture that arose on its own merits and reached extraordinary heights of development before being wiped from history by a devastating cataclysm. Proponents of this view insistently point to archaeological and geological evidence. Extensive research on the megalithic sites of Peru, Bolivia, Egypt, and other parts of the world leads them to argue for the existence of a pre-cataclysmic global civilization with stone construction technology superior to ours. The damaged but incredibly precise ruins of these places would be the remains of this lost people. Their work on the enigmatic elongated skulls of Paracas, with their unique genetic markers and physical anomalies, suggests the existence of a distinct and ancient human race, possibly the remnants of this Atlantean people. From geology, a scientific basis is provided for this theory. The dating of water erosion on the Great Sphinx of Giza, for example, places its construction in a pre-dynastic period, much older than what conventional Egyptology accepts, a rainy period that coincides exactly with the era that the ancient account assigned to Atlantis. This dating, if correct, would provide solid evidence for the existence of a high civilization in that remote era, a perfectly human civilization, but whose legacy was almost completely erased by the catastrophe. These two stories about the origin of Atlantis reflect a fundamental debate about human nature and potential. Are we inherently capable of achieving greatness on our own, or do we require an external uplift, a divine or extraterrestrial intervention? The interventionist model describes an external force that actively creates or modifies humanity to establish Atlantis. It is a top-down Genesis model, which positions humanity in a state of creation or dependency. Conversely, the human-centered model is bottom-up and focuses on finding evidence of a lost and glorious human history, arguing that our ancestors were far more advanced than our official history allows us to believe.
There are even those who try to build a bridge between these two visions, presenting scientific evidence of a possible genetic fusion, which would suggest an intervention, but at the same time focusing on the need to awaken the innate potential that already resides in every human being. Ultimately, the story of the origin of Atlantis is a battlefield for competing ideas about our own nature. The choice of which story to believe has profound implications for how we perceive the sovereignty, responsibility, and potential of humanity today. Are we children of the stars or lords of the earth? Or perhaps both at once. The descriptions of Atlantean technology, drawn from psychic visions, esoteric texts, and the interpretation of ancient myths, paint a picture of a civilization that had mastered the fundamental forces of the universe, employing methods that today would seem to us a fusion of science and magic, of physics and consciousness. Their technology was not based on brute force, but on the subtle manipulation of energy, vibration, and sacred geometry. The cornerstone of Atlantean technology was the use of crystals to harness, store, and transmit energy on an unimaginable scale. Imagine at the heart of their capital not a palace of stone, but a cathedral of living light. A colossal crystal, sometimes called the Tuaoi stone, that pulsed in unison with the cosmos.
It was not an inert gem, but the beating heart of their civilization, a divine accumulator that drank the light of the sun, the caress of the moon, and the deep energy of the earth itself, concentrating them into a focal point of immeasurable power. This crystal energy had an almost limitless range of applications. It powered their vehicles, which moved silently over land, air, and sea, often defying gravity. It allowed for the transmission of voice and images over long distances, analogous to our radio and television, but without the need for cables or satellites. It was used in sophisticated practices of bodily rejuvenation that significantly prolonged life, and in healing techniques that could regenerate tissues and restore the body's balance at a cellular and energetic level. And it was fundamental in construction, allowing for the levitation and manipulation of enormous blocks of stone with astonishing precision. It was a culture entirely oriented toward the crystal, a civilization of light.
The Atlantean mastery extended beyond individual crystals to encompass the manipulation of planetary and dimensional energies. Some propose that the ancients, and particularly the Atlanteans, understood and utilized a global network of energy lines, often called ley lines. The great megalithic sites of the world, such as Stonehenge, the pyramids of Giza, or the temples of the Andes, would not be located randomly, but were deliberately built on key nodes of this network to harness, modulate, and stabilize the Earth's energies. Even further, the concept of star portals is explored as the ultimate Atlantean technology. It is interpreted that the famous concentric rings of the capital of Atlantis were not simply a physical structure, but a two-dimensional symbol of a three-dimensional vortex, a wormhole, a gateway to the stars. It is postulated that the Atlanteans possessed a science of the soul for ascension and interdimensional travel, possibly using devices similar to particle accelerators to open these portals and transform the human body into a vehicle of light, capable of traveling between worlds. It was a network of portals, both natural and artificial, that connected Atlantis with other dimensions and with their cosmic guides, a network fundamental to their evolution and their purpose on the planet. But the technological mastery of Atlantis had a dark side, a shadow that, according to these narratives, eventually grew to engulf its own light, contributing to its tragic fall. Their mastery over the laws of life led them down the dangerous and arrogant path of genetic engineering. Some sources speak of the creation of things or automatons similar to androids, beings designed to perform manual labor and serve the upper classes, which ultimately created deep ethical divisions and conflicts within their own society. The conflict with the civilization of Lemuria, as we will see, was partly caused by these genetic experiments on the human race, which indicates a deep and fundamental ethical division over the manipulation of life itself, a line that should not have been crossed. And their knowledge of atomic and subatomic physics led them to develop weaponry of terrifying power. It is specifically described that Atlantis, in its last and most decadent stages, acquired nuclear power in the form of an orb, a technology of unimaginable power that, in their arrogance, they turned into a weapon.
a weapon that ultimately turned against them and led to their own destruction. The story of Atlantean technology is therefore a double-edged parable. It is the story of a nearly divine power to create, heal, and connect, but also of an equally great power to corrupt, divide, and annihilate. An eternal and solemn reminder that knowledge without wisdom and power without love are the shortest path to self-destruction. Reconstructing the daily life and socio-political structure of Atlantis leads us to a complex and fascinating picture. It seems to have been a theocratic confederation, ruled by a spiritually advanced and, according to some versions, genetically distinct elite. The original account speaks of 10 kings, descendants of the god Poseidon, who ruled 10 regions. Modern narratives speak of 12 families, descendants of the stellar genetic experiment, who acted as spiritual guardians. Both versions point to a unified but decentralized government, where each region was under the tutelage of an elite lineage that possessed both temporal power and spiritual wisdom. The society was clearly hierarchical. At the top were these ruling families. Below them, other races or classes of humans played roles as artisans, farmers, and laborers. And at the bottom, as we have mentioned, were those artificial beings or automatons created for servile labor, a constant source of ethical conflict and social division. The education system reflected and maintained this structure. The vast majority of the population received a technical and practical education. But for the elite and those who showed exceptional aptitude, education was much more profound. In addition to conventional sciences, the curriculum focused on the occult sciences, the esoteric properties of plants, metals, and stones, and the alchemical processes of transformation. The ultimate goal was the development of the students' psychic faculties and their mastery of the hidden forces of nature, an immense personal power. But the narrative arc of Atlantis is, in essence, a story of spiritual fall, a Greek tragedy on a planetary scale. In their beginnings, they were a virtuous people, obedient to cosmic laws. Their spirituality was based on the belief that all deities were expressions of a single universal consciousness, which fostered a deep respect for nature and interconnectedness of all life.
However, over time, this purity was corrupted. The divine portion began to fade, says the ancient account. Unable to bear their immense fortune and power, they became proud, greedy, and warlike. They fell from being children of light and wisdom to being children of darkness and slaves to matter, fanatically worshipping form and material power instead of the invisible spirit. This was the central conflict of the Atlantean soul. Were they destined to be spiritual guides for the planet or material conquerors of the world? This internal battle manifested externally in the conflict with their sister civilization, Lemuria.
It was not simply a war for territory, but a clash of paradigms, a battle for the soul of humanity. As we have seen, Lemuria followed a path of spiritual development and harmony with nature, with a soft technology based on resonance and consciousness. Atlantis, in contrast, took a course of control, power, and hard technology. The tension between these two opposing philosophies finally erupted. The turning point was the development and use by the Atlanteans of technologies that the Lemurians considered a profanation, weapons of mass destruction, and the genetic manipulation of life. The Lemurians warned the Atlanteans, but in their arrogance, the Atlanteans ignored the warnings, perhaps seeing the Lemurian path as stagnant or naive, an obstacle to the progress and evolutionary destiny they believed they were leading. The confrontation escalated into a war of great dimensions, a conflict of unimaginable scale and destructiveness, which resulted in the annihilation of both great civilizations. The cataclysm that sank Atlantis was not just a natural disaster. It was, according to these chronicles, the direct and karmic result of this fratricidal war. And so we reached the climax of the legend, the fall. The catastrophist school of thought provides a scientific explanation for the single day and night of misfortune of the ancient account, the Younger Dryas period. A comet impact, or a series of them, struck the Earth about 12,800 years ago, triggering a cascade of catastrophes. The heat of the impact instantly melted vast ice sheets, releasing unimaginable volumes of water and causing a global deluge that coincides with legends from around the world. The end of this period of chaos, about 11,600 years ago, aligns precisely with the date the original account gives for the destruction of Atlantis.
The destruction was almost total, but not complete. From the ruins of Atlantis emerged survivors who embarked on the sacred mission of preserving and replanting the seeds of civilization in a devastated world. They are known in traditions around the world as the Shining Beings or the Forgotten Gods. They are often described as a group of different-looking people, tall, fair-skinned, with red or blonde hair, who appeared after the Great Flood. They were master navigators, astronomers, and magicians who possessed the knowledge of the previous world. They settled in strategic locations, from the Andes to the Nile Valley, built megalithic monuments, and taught the surviving humans the fundamentals of civilized society, before mysteriously disappearing, often promising their return. Other accounts tell of a retreat into the inner earth. The Atlantean leaders, after the cataclysm, would have taken refuge in the subterranean world, connecting the ancient portals to form the Agartha network, from where they continue to secretly guide the evolution of the planet. The existence of this lost civilization and its survivors is also used to explain a series of anomalies that challenge our history. The enigmatic, elongated skulls of Paracas in Peru, with their physical characteristics and genetic markers that do not seem to correspond to those of Native Americans. the worldwide legends about giants, and the numerous historical reports on the discovery of large skeletons, or the controversial three-fingered mummies of Nazca, which some consider proof of non-human beings linked to these ancient mysteries. The fall of Atlantis was not just an end, but also a sowing, a new and painful beginning for a world reborn from the waters. By synthesizing the diverse perspectives of those who have dedicated their lives to this enigma, a portrait of Atlantis emerges that is both grand in its light and deep in its shadow. We are presented with a civilization of possibly stellar origin, endowed with a technology that fused matter and consciousness, and a spirituality that connected it with the cosmos. This civilization reached unimaginable heights of power and knowledge, exemplified by its mastery of crystal energy, planetary energy grids, and the very structure of space-time.
However, this power became its downfall. Succumbing to arrogance and materialism, Atlantis abandoned its spiritual purpose, which led it to a philosophical and technological conflict with its sister civilization, Lemuria. This war, along with a cosmic cataclysm that left scars across the entire planet, caused its fall. Nevertheless, its legacy was not completely extinguished. The survivors, the shining beings, dispersed throughout the world, sowing the seeds of civilization in Egypt, the Andes, and beyond, leaving behind a trail of megalithic monuments, flood myths, and genetic anomalies that continue to challenge our understanding of history. The search for this lost world is both an investigation of facts and an act of myth-making. The power of the legend lies not necessarily in its literal truth, but in its ability to inspire us to question, to explore, and to guess everything else in the universe. It is an enterprise that stands at the crossroads of science, faith, and the deep human longing for mystery. Ultimately, Atlantis remains a living legend because it functions as a mirror for modernity. Its story reflects our deepest anxieties: technological overreach, environmental collapse, spiritual decay, and the threat of annihilation. But at the same time, it embodies our highest and noblest aspirations, a lost connection with the cosmos, an untapped human potential, and the hope of a return to a golden age. It is the most solemn warning that technological advancement without a parallel development in spirit and ethics is inherently self-destructive. Thus, the search for Atlantis in its deepest form is the search for ourselves. It invites us to look inward and ask, are we repeating the mistakes of our legendary ancestors? Are we allowing our technological power to outstrip our wisdom and our compassion? Or will we choose a different path?
If this journey through the echoes of Atlantis has resonated within you, if it has awakened questions and ignited a spark of curiosity or remembrance, I invite you not to let that flame die out. Consider this not as the end of a story, but as the beginning of your own exploration. I invite you to subscribe to this channel and join our community of consciousness explorers, where we will continue to unveil the mysteries of our past to illuminate the path to our future. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for joining me on this journey. May the story of Atlantis, with all its light and all its shadow, serve as a beacon on your own journey. May it inspire us to seek balance, to cultivate wisdom, and to always remember that the greatest power we possess lies not in the technology we create, but in the love we are capable of expressing. The legend of Atlantis is not just a story about a sunken continent. It is a story about the human soul. And its final message is clear. The power to create a paradise or to unleash a hell resides always within us. The choice is ours. May the unfathomable peace that surpasses all understanding, may the profound wisdom that guides your every step, and may the unconditional love that embraces all and heals all of the eternal ages illuminate and abundantly bless your path now and forever. May it be so.
If you liked this content, hit the like button, share it with someone who might be interested in this topic, and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss the next videos.
In the quietest corners of our collective consciousness, in that sacred space where dreams and ancestral memories intertwine like threads of light, lies an echo, an ancestral whisper that resonates not in our ears, but in our very blood, in the very structure of our DNA. It is a story of origin so vast and so profound that it has been veiled by myth, suppressed by dogma, and relegated to the realms of fantasy. It is the forbidden chronicle of our creators, the Anunnaki. Today, soul seeker, you who have felt that our official history is an incomplete narrative, that there are pages torn from our book of life, we embark together on a sacred journey. A journey to unveil the meaning of that ancient name which the clay tablets whisper as those who from heaven to earth came. We are not here simply to explore Sumerian myths. We are here to undertake an archaeology of the soul, to consider the bold and transformative possibility that those ancient gods were not metaphors for the wind and the harvest, but tangible beings of flesh and blood, architects of worlds who once walked the earth as giants. To understand this saga, we must first expand our conception of time. We must dare to look beyond the comfortable limits of known history and delve into what some call forbidden archaeology. We must consider the possibility of extreme human antiquity, a deep past where our species coexisted with other beings, other humanities, for millions of years. A vast temporal canvas, deliberately erased, upon which a cosmic epic was painted. Our story begins not on Earth, but far away, in the vastness of deep space, on a wandering world called Nibiru. Imagine a majestic planet, a twilight kingdom caught in an immense elliptical orbit of 3,600 years, a journey that periodically brings it closer to our solar system, only to then pull it away into the darkness of interstellar space. This world, home to the Anunnaki, faced an existential crisis. Its atmosphere, its vital shield, was fading, exposing its civilization to the harsh radiations of the cosmos. Their most brilliant scientists discovered a single desperate solution: gold. not as a metal for vanity or commerce, but for a unique, life-saving property. Pulverized into a superfine white powder and dispersed into their upper atmosphere, gold could act as a reflective shield, healing the wound in their sky and saving their world from a slow death. And so, with the fate of their species at stake, they undertook the greatest mission in their history. A journey across the solar system to the seventh planet, our planet, Earth, the only place they knew possessed this precious metal in abundance. To understand the saga that is about to unfold, we must know its protagonists, not as distant gods, but as complex individuals, moved by ambition, wisdom, rivalry, and love. At the top of their hierarchy is Anu, the celestial father, the King of Kings, whose throne resides on the distant Nibiru. His authority is absolute, but his perspective often remote. The real drama unfolds on Earth, between his two main suns, two cosmic forces in eternal tension. On one side, Enlil, the commander of the Earth mission, the god of air and storm. He is authoritarian, strict, a relentless enforcer of Anu's law. For him, the mission is paramount, and any obstacle, including humanity, must be managed or eliminated. In direct opposition is his half-brother, Enki, the god of water, of wisdom, and of magic. He is the most brilliant scientist of the Anunnaki, a master geneticist, but also a rebel with a compassionate heart. It is he who sees in Earth not just a source of resources, but a garden of infinite potential. Alongside them, other key figures populate this drama. Nin-Hersag, the great mother goddess, the chief medical officer, whose expertise in genetics will be crucial for the events to come. Inanna, or Ishtar, the formidable and passionate goddess of love and war, whose ambition and desires often sow chaos.
And Ningish-Zida, whom other cultures would come to know as Thoth, the master scribe, the guardian of wisdom, magic, and the secrets of creation. And it is here, in this family of gods, with their alliances and bitter rivalries, that the fate of Earth and of a new species yet to be born will be forged. After their long journey, the Anunnaki landed in the fertile lands of Mesopotamia. There they established their first settlement, their command center, a city they called Eridu, the home in the faraway, and they began the arduous task of extracting gold from the waters and the depths of the earth. But this exhausting work was not performed by the leaders of the pantheon. It was assigned to a class of lesser gods, the Igigi. For thousands of years, these beings toiled without rest, digging mines and canals under the scorching sun, enduring a burden that became unbearable. The ancient chronicles, like the epic of Atrahasis, tell us of a crucial moment. The Igigi, fed up with their pitiful situation, mutinied. In an unprecedented act of defiance, they burned their tools, abandoned the mines, and marched to surround the temple of their commander, Enlil. It was the first strike, the first cry for freedom in the recorded history of our planet. The rebellion of the Igigi plunged the Earth mission into an unsustainable crisis. The flow of gold to Nibiru stopped. The Anunnaki Council convened an emergency meeting. It was then that Enki, the brilliant scientist, proposed a bold, controversial solution that would change the fate of the planet forever. The creation of a new being, a primitive worker, who could take on the burdens of the Igigi, a being that would be created in their own image and likeness. This being would be humanity. The creation of our species, according to these narratives, was not an act of divine magic in an idyllic garden, but a deliberate, complex, and sophisticated process of genetic engineering carried out in a laboratory. The project was led by Enki with the crucial assistance of the medical expert Ninhursag.
Ancient texts describe this process poetically and symbolically. The mixing of the flesh and blood of a sacrificed god, a being who had intelligence, with the clay of the earth. Modern interpreters see in this a clear description of a laboratory procedure, the combination of Anunnaki DNA with that of a native Earth hominid, most likely Homo erectus. The first successful human specimen was named Adamu, which translates to earthling or made of clay, a clear precursor to the biblical Adam. Thus was born the Lulu, the primitive worker. There are those who have sought a bridge between this esoteric narrative and modern science, and have found it in the heart of our own genetic code. One of the most notable differences between humans and other great apes is that they have 24 pairs of chromosomes, while we have 23. Genetic evidence shows that our chromosome 2 is the result of a fusion of two ancestral primate chromosomes. What is extraordinary about this fusion is its precision and its apparent suddenness in the evolutionary timeline, approximately 200,000 years ago. Some argue that such a precise and beneficial event is statistically improbable as a result of random mutation. They propose it as evidence of an intentional act, a genetic signature, the sacred scar of our intervened creation. This fusion, they argue, not only differentiated us genetically, but also activated the potential for our most extraordinary human capacities: deep empathy, compassion, intuition, and the ability for self-healing. It made us, in essence, human by design. But what was the ultimate purpose behind our creation? Here, the narratives diverge and present us with a fundamental enigma about our own identity. The most widespread and pragmatic view holds that we were created for a servile purpose, to be a slave race, the Lulu, destined to work in the gold mines and to serve the gods in their temples, freeing them from all labor. However, other perspectives offer a much more elevated and hopeful vision. They propose that the creation of humanity and the subsequent development of civilizations like Atlantis were part of a great human experiment.
From this point of view, the objective was not slavery, but the creation of a culture capable of hosting a complex consciousness, a vessel that could resonate with the consciousness of the planet and eventually facilitate a spiritual awakening on a galactic scale. A third vision, darker and more metaphysical, suggests that the Anunnaki manipulated our DNA not only for work, but also to control our emotional bodies. According to this theory, human emotional energy, especially that of low vibration, such as fear, anger, and suffering, serves as a food source, an energetic sustenance for certain beings of the fourth dimension. This inherent duality in our genesis, part terrestrial animal, part Anunnaki god, seems to be a direct echo of the central conflict between our own creators, a tension that defines the human condition to this day. The central narrative engine of the entire Anunnaki saga, the tectonic fault that runs through their history and ours, is the deep and irreconcilable ideological rivalry between the two half-brothers, Enlil and Enki. This conflict defines not only their relationship, but the very destiny of humanity, as each of us carries within us the echo of this battle. Enlil, as commander of the Earth mission and legitimate heir to Anu's throne, embodies the principle of authority, order, and control. He is portrayed as a strict leader, often severe and jealous of his power, who sees humanity primarily as a workforce, a biological asset, a slave race created for a specific purpose. As the god of the air and storms, his decrees are often relentless. He does not hesitate to resort to mass punishments, including the Great Flood, when he considers humanity to have become unruly, too numerous, or to have transgressed his laws. He is the voice of dogma, hierarchy, and blind obedience. Enki, on the other hand, represents wisdom, creativity, science, and compassion. As the brilliant geneticist who designed us, he feels a deep paternal affection and an inescapable sense of responsibility for his creation. He is presented as a constant protector of humanity, a rebel who repeatedly intervenes to save us from his brother's wrath. He is the giver of knowledge, the one who seeks to empower humanity, not to control it. He is the voice of sovereignty, curiosity, and the freedom of the soul. It is in this context of divine conflict that the biblical story of original sin can be reinterpreted, not as a moral transgression, but as a technological, political, and spiritual event of incalculable consequences. In this view, the Garden of Eden was the Sumerian Eden, the abode of the righteous, the enclosure where the Anunnaki lived and where the first humans worked. The tree of knowledge of good and evil was not a literal tree, but a metaphor for the knowledge of self-awareness and, crucially, the ability to procreate. The god who forbade eating from the fruit was Enlil, who wished to keep humanity in a state of servile innocence, unable to reproduce on their own so he could control their population. The tempting serpent was none other than Enki, whose symbol was the intertwined serpent of wisdom and DNA. It was he who, in an act of love and defiance, granted his creations, Adam and Eve, the knowledge so they could become self-sufficient. The sin was not disobedience, but the first step towards sovereignty. The expulsion from paradise was Enlil's punitive and furious response to this insubordination, casting humanity into a world of struggle and mortality, but also of freedom. The civilization that flourished in Mesopotamia under the rule of the Anunnaki was a literal theocracy. The ancient Sumerians did not see their gods as distant ethereal entities, but as physical rulers, powerful lords who lived among them. Their temple cities were dominated by ziggurats, imposing structures that functioned as divine residences, administrative centers, and astronomical observatories, true stairways to heaven. The cult statues in the temples were not mere representations. They were considered literal incarnations of the gods, and required a dedicated priesthood for their constant care, which included dressing, feeding, and appeasing them.
Physically, the Anunnaki are described as anthropomorphic, but of an imposing stature, giants among men. They are often depicted with horned helmets, a symbol of their divinity, and wearing garments of melam, a mysterious substance or technology that conferred upon them a terrifying splendor, an aura of power that could induce a physical tingling and a reverential fear in the flesh of mortals who witnessed it. The tension between Enlil and Enki reached its climax with Enlil's decision to annihilate humanity through a global cataclysm, the Great Flood. The pretext was that humanity had become too noisy, corrupt, and unruly. The real reason, perhaps, was his anger over the unauthorized mixing of the seed of the gods with the daughters of men, and his desire to wipe the slate clean and start the experiment anew. But once again, Enki thwarted his brother's plan. In a final act of defiance and protection, he warned a loyal and wise human in a dream, Ziusudra, whom other cultures would know as Atrahasis or Utnapishtim, the precursor to the biblical Noah, and gave him precise instructions to build an ark and preserve the seed of life on earth. The flood came, swept the world, but humanity, thanks to its creator, survived. After the devastation of the flood and their eventual decision to withdraw from direct supervision of Earth, the Anunnaki did not completely relinquish their control. They implemented a system of indirect rule, more subtle but equally effective, to maintain their influence over the reconstructed world. The main mechanism was the institution of royalty. Specific human lineages were selected, often those with a higher concentration of Anunnaki DNA, and were granted the divine right of kings to rule as intermediaries between the gods and the people. The function of these priest kings was to enforce the divine laws, manage the resources of the temples, and ensure that the human population remained productive and, above all, obedient. Organized religion itself, with its complex rituals, its hierarchical priesthoods, and its unquestionable dogmas, was established as a sophisticated and powerful system of social control.
The temples were not just places of worship, but economic and administrative centers that centralized power and reinforced the Anunnaki command structure. There are those who propose that this mechanism of control never truly disappeared, but simply became hidden, more secretive. They maintain that the hybrid Anunnaki human lineages, sometimes described with reptilian or draconic symbolism, have continued throughout history, forming a hidden global elite, given names like the Illuminati or the Babylonian Brotherhood, that manipulates world governments, finances, and media to keep humanity in a perpetual state of fear, conflict, and servitude, from which, according to some theories, they can energetically feed. On the other hand, the counterpart to this narrative of control is the story of resistance. There are those who believe that the ancient and liberating knowledge of this pre-cataclysmic era, the truth about our origins and our true potential, was not completely lost. It was preserved and transmitted in secret through esoteric orders and secret societies, such as the Knights Templar. According to this view, these groups became the guardians of this forbidden wisdom, awaiting the right moment to return it to humanity. Thus, human history is redefined as a continuous struggle between the forces of dogmatic control, the legacy of Enlil, and the impulses toward freedom and knowledge, the legacy of Enki. The ideological battle of the Anunnaki thus becomes the founding archetype of all subsequent human conflicts, from religious wars to political divisions, with humanity unconsciously playing out on a planetary stage the ancient and bitter dispute of its creators. The Earth in these narratives is not an isolated planet, but a nexus of intergalactic activity, a cosmic chessboard. The Anunnaki were not the only visitors. Other traditions speak of a central conflict between the Anunnaki and the Pleiadians. The Anunnaki, with their agenda of control, and the Pleiadians, described as a collective of enlightened beings whose agenda is one of guidance and spiritual assistance to help humanity make an evolutionary leap into an age of light. There is also talk of crucial alliances, such as the treaty between the Anunnaki and the Arcturians, which was the basis of the human experiment developed in Atlantis, and of the presence of the Syrians, described as feline gods who built the Great Pyramid and the Sphinx to keep star portals open. In this complex galactic landscape, the great wars of Earth's antiquity, like the conflict between Atlantis and Lemuria, can be reinterpreted not as mere human conflicts, but as proxy wars of the larger cosmic drama. Atlantis, with its focus on technology, power, and its direct connection with the Anunnaki, would represent their agenda of control. Lemuria, with its emphasis on spirituality, consciousness, and harmony, would embody the Pleiadian agenda of liberation. Their mutual destruction serves as a powerful and tragic allegory of the catastrophic consequences of this unresolved cosmic dualism, a wound in the memory of the planet that we are still trying to heal today. To understand the magnitude of the Anunnaki civilization, we must explore their extraordinary technologies, which ranged from advanced physics to the manipulation of consciousness and the very fabric of reality. In southern Africa, millions of circular stone ruins have been identified, which, according to some perspectives, are the remains of a vast ancient energy grid. This grid, based on principles of free energy, used the power of sound and frequency to generate immense energy fields, employed both for gold mining and for powering a global civilization. The Great Pyramid of Giza in this view was not a tomb, but a harmonic power plant designed to harness and transmit the vibrations of the earth. The mastery of sound was fundamental. Myths from around the world, from Egypt to the Andes, recount the ability to move 100-ton stone blocks with apparent ease using the power of acoustic levitation. This was not a fantasy, but the application of a lost science that understood that matter is, in essence, frozen vibration. This knowledge is the precursor to modern sound healing therapies, which use specific frequencies, like the legendary solfeggio frequencies, to restore harmony in the body's energy centers and promote well-being.
The Anunnaki's interest in gold may have transcended their atmospheric needs. There are theories revolving around monatomic gold, an exotic state of matter that is said to possess extraordinary properties. The ability to alter consciousness, prolong life, and facilitate interdimensional conductivity. It is the secret of alchemy, the transmutation not only of metals, but of the soul itself. This concept is intertwined with the science of ascension. It is postulated that the Anunnaki possessed the technology and knowledge to create and use stargates and wormholes. This technology was not merely for physical transport, but was fundamental to the transfiguration of the physical body into a light body, a vehicle for ascension to higher planes of existence. Underlying all this science and philosophy is the universal principle of sacred geometry. Geometry, it is argued, is the encoded language of creation, the fingerprint of divine consciousness in the fabric of reality. The recurring presence of specific geometric forms and mathematical constants like the golden ratio in ancient structures worldwide is presented as proof of a global and technologically advanced pre-Diluvian civilization, which understood that the universe is, in essence, thought, vibration, and form.
Anunnaki technology, therefore, is revealed to us not as a series of external mechanical tools, but as a direct extension of consciousness. They were architects of reality, using energy grids and sacred geometry to tune the planet to a specific frequency for their purposes. A frequency whose echoes we are only just beginning to remember. A common thread in most of these ancient astronaut narratives is the promise of the return of the gods, an event that, it is said, is intrinsically linked to the return of the planet Nibiru on its 3,600-year orbit. There are even those who claim to have calculated a specific return date in our near future, using a combination of astronomical cycles and ancient prophecy. This return is expected to herald a new era for humanity, marked by the reintroduction of advanced technology and lost wisdom, but also by the possibility of significant global upheaval.
But should we interpret this return only as a physical event? Or is it perhaps also a powerful metaphor for the resurgence of suppressed knowledge in human consciousness? The growing fascination with these alternative stories, the decoding of ancient texts, and the widespread public interest can be seen as the return of the Anunnaki's influence and legacy to the spirit of our time. It is an awakening. And so we arrive at the heart of the mystery, at the fundamental question that this vast and complex saga poses to each of us. What is our true role in this cosmic narrative? From one perspective, we are the tragic product of genetic engineering, created as a slave species to serve extraterrestrial masters. Our history has been manipulated, our memory erased, and our true heritage suppressed by systems of religious and political control that, according to some, persist to this day. From another perspective, however, we are human by design, intentionally endowed with extraordinary capacities for compassion, empathy, creativity, and self-healing. We are the central participants in a cosmic experiment whose ultimate goal is the raising of consciousness, the fusion of heaven and earth within our own being. Perhaps this entire saga, with its gods and its battles, its technologies and its cataclysms, can be understood as a powerful modern myth. It is not about whether it is literally true in every detail, but about what it reveals about our collective psyche at this precise moment in our evolution. The resurgence of this narrative in the global consciousness may be a sign, a collective dream, indicating that humanity is at a turning point, desperately searching for a new sense of origin and purpose in a world where old paradigms are no longer sufficient to contain our deepest longings. The story of the Anunnaki offers us a source code for an alternative and complete worldview. And the conclusion drawn from this vast and complex tapestry is that humanity, right now, is at a crossroads.
By confronting this suppressed history, we are presented with the opportunity to reclaim our past, to heal the ancient division between Enlil and Enki that we carry within, to awaken our latent divine potential, and finally, to choose our own destiny in the cosmos, free from the ancient conflicts and fear-based systems of control. If this journey through the echoes of our creators has resonated in the deepest part of your being, if it has awakened questions you thought were dormant, if it has ignited a spark of recognition in your soul, I invite you to honor that feeling. It is no coincidence. It is the call of your own stellar heritage. I invite you to join our community of consciousness explorers by subscribing to this channel. Together, we can continue to unveil the mysteries of our past to illuminate the path to our collective future. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart, for joining me on this sacred journey. May the chronicle of the Anunnaki, with all its light and all its shadow, serve not as a tale of servitude, but as a map toward our own sovereignty. May it inspire us to question everything, to seek the truth within ourselves, and to always remember that we carry in our blood the potential for both tyranny and transcendence. The story of the Anunnaki is not just a story about gods who came from the stars. It is a story about the God waiting to awaken within each of us. And its final message is a choice between fear and love, between servitude and freedom, between forgetting and remembering. The choice is ours, now. May the unfathomable peace that surpasses all understanding, may the profound wisdom that guides your every step, and may the unconditional love that embraces all and heals all of the eternal ages illuminate and abundantly bless your path, now and forever. May it be so.
If you liked this content, hit the like button. Share it with someone who might be interested in this topic, and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss the next videos. In the vast and unfathomable ocean of esoteric thought and forgotten history, few narratives capture the imagination and the heart with the force of a star song. It is the chronicle of the Pleiadians. Their name resonates in the consciousness of our time, not as a distant and alien echo, but as a familiar note, a latent memory that vibrates in the depths of our soul. Today, traveler of consciousness, you who have looked at the night sky and felt an inexplicable nostalgia, a sense of belonging to a place beyond this world, we embark together on a sacred journey, not to explore the cold astronomy of a star cluster, but to unveil the story of a highly advanced and benevolent civilization, a story that, according to the chronicles of the Spirit, is inseparable from our own. What you are about to hear is not a simple legend. It is the synthesis of a complex cosmology, woven from channeled wisdom and the deep research of many explorers of consciousness in our time. A cosmology that seeks to redefine our origins, our purpose, and our glorious destiny.
It presents the Pleiadians not as mere visitors from another world, but as our ancestral progenitors, our cosmic guides, and in many cases, as the very essence of the souls who have chosen to incarnate on Earth at this crucial time. We do not seek here to validate these claims against the cold steel of conventional science, but to present a coherent and profound exploration of this sacred tradition as it is understood in its own paradigm. I invite you to listen not only with your mind, but with your heart, with that part of you that recognizes truth through resonance. Because if you feel an echo of familiarity in these words, you should know it is no accident. It is the awakening of a memory. It is the remembrance of your own stellar lineage.
To understand who the Pleiadians are, we must first raise our gaze to the stars, to the tapestry of the night, where their history is written in cosmic fire. Their narrative is firmly anchored in a specific galactic context, detailing not only their current home, but an ancestral lineage that directly connects them to the dawn of humanoid life in our galaxy. And it is this foundational story, this journey through the eons, that illuminates their deep and enduring relationship with humanity. In the constellation of Taurus, at a distance our science measures between 440 and 500 light-years, shines a cluster of young blue stars, known since antiquity as the Pleiades, or the Seven Sisters. According to cosmic chronicles, it is here that the heart of the Pleiadian civilization resides. Their main home world is a planet of exquisite beauty named Era, which, we are told, orbits the star Taygeta, one of the 7 brightest jewels of the cluster. Imagine for a moment a world that exists on a higher frequency than ours, a realm where light itself seems denser, more conscious, where colors sing and the air vibrates with a palpable harmony. A world that, to be perceived directly by a human being, would require an elevation of one's own consciousness, an attunement to its vibrational song. This specific astronomical location provides a tangible reference point in the cosmos, an anchor in physical reality that distinguishes the Pleiadian narrative from purely mythological or ethereal realms, lending it an appearance of plausibility that resonates deeply with the modern seeker. It is not an abstract heaven, but a place on the map of the stars. But the history of the Pleiadians extends much further back in time, to a distant and often tragic past in the constellation of Lyra. It is postulated that the Lyrians were one of the oldest and most advanced humanoid civilizations in our galaxy, the true ancestors of our physical form. They were a race of explorers and creators, but their history is also marked by conflict.
A series of devastating galactic wars, conflicts of a scale and ferocity we can barely conceive, ravage their civilization, forcing peaceful factions of Lyrans to flee their home world to preserve their lineage and their philosophy of peace. They became cosmic refugees, seeking a new home among the stars. After a long and arduous journey through the vastness of the cosmos, a significant group of these Lyran survivors arrived at the young and promising Pleiades cluster, approximately in the year 228,000 BCE. And it was there, on the planet Ura, that they established a new and magnificent civilization, vowing to build a society based on the principles they had learned through suffering, peace, harmony, and the avoidance of war and aggression at all costs. This background of ancestral conflict, of loss and a new beginning establishes a deep and moving historical context. It positions the Pleiadians not as a perfect race from their origin, but as heirs of an ancient legacy, as souls who have known the pain of war and who, for that reason, have become the most fervent defenders of peace. Their story is one of redemption. The descriptions of the Pleiadians, transmitted through various sources, are remarkably consistent, painting a portrait of beings who are an exquisite fusion of refined physicality and a higher light vibration. Physically, they are repeatedly described as tall, slender humanoid beings of an almost ethereal beauty, often with features that on Earth we would associate with the Nordic phenotype. Fair and luminous skin, hair ranging from golden blonde to shining silver, and striking eyes, large and expressive, of a deep blue or a hypnotic violet that seem to contain the wisdom of the stars. Their presence is described as elegant and graceful, often surrounded by a visible aura of light, a crown of energy that denotes their advanced vibrational nature and purity of intention.
But perhaps the key concept to understanding their nature is that they are, fundamentally, beings of light. They exist in a higher dimension or vibrational state than our three-dimensional reality. They are 5D, 7D, or even 9D beings, capable of densifying their vibration to interact with worlds like ours. This idea masterfully unites the physical and the metaphysical, suggesting that their physicality is contingent, a choice, a controlled manifestation of their consciousness, and not a limitation like ours. Thanks to their advanced control over mental, spiritual, and biological energies, they possess extraordinary longevity, with an average lifespan that reportedly reaches 700 Earth years, maintaining a youthful and vital appearance for most of their existence. The consistent description of the Pleiadians as aesthetically pleasing humanoid beings with direct ancestral ties to humanity through Lyra serves a crucial and profound narrative function. It does not position them as other aliens, strange and potentially threatening, but as an idealized elder race, as our cosmic cousins. This narrative is not one of a first contact with strangers, but of a long-awaited cosmic family reunion. And this framework fosters a deep sense of belonging and cosmic meaning for those who feel a connection to this lineage, making their esoteric teachings deeply personal and transformative. The core of the Pleiadian tradition lies not simply in their existence or their distant utopia, but in their active, loving, and benevolent purpose in relation to our planet and to each of us. The various sources converge on a central idea. The Pleiadians have a specific and sacred mission on Earth, a mission they have upheld through the eons to act as guides, spiritual mentors, and catalysts for the evolution of human consciousness. The primary mission of the Pleiadians is to guide and assist humanity in its process of spiritual ascension,
a quantum leap in consciousness. This process is often described as helping the Earth and its inhabitants transition from a three-dimensional reality based on duality, fear, and separation to a fourth or fifth dimension based on unity, unconditional love, and harmony.
This mission is not a whim, but is driven by their deep commitment to the well-being of humanity and the planet, which they consider a place of crucial importance for the development of life and consciousness in this galaxy, a living library of unparalleled genetic and emotional diversity. There are those who channel the Pleiadians, stating that this help is especially critical and has intensified in the current era due to a continuous influx of high-frequency cosmic light that is bathing our solar system, making healing and transformation on an unprecedented scale possible. We find ourselves, according to them, in a unique window of opportunity to free ourselves from old cycles of suffering and reclaim our divine heritage. An absolutely fundamental and deeply personal concept in the Pleiadian narrative is that of starseeds. This idea postulates that many human souls currently living on Earth did not originate here. They are ancient souls who come from the Pleiades and other advanced star systems like Lyra, Sirius, Arcturus, or Orion. These brave souls would have voluntarily incarnated on Earth at this moment in history, accepting the veil of forgetfulness and the challenges of life in the third dimension, to fulfill a specific mission, to help raise the spiritual vibration of the planet from within. They act as beacons of light, as anchors of consciousness, as catalysts for awakening, simply by living their truth and maintaining a frequency of love and compassion in the midst of density. How to know if you are one of these souls? There are those who have explored the common traits attributed to Pleiadian starseeds. These include a deep and sometimes overwhelming empathy, a persistent feeling of being different, of not quite fitting into the social structures and expectations of Earth, a profound and often painful longing for a home they cannot name, an innate and reverent connection with nature, animals, and beauty, and a natural and magnetic fascination with spirituality, the cosmos, healing, and the mysteries of existence. If any of this resonates with you, perhaps it is not a simple fantasy. The narrative of the Starseeds is transformative because it changes the idea of extraterrestrial contact from an external event, the sighting of a ship in the sky, to an internal process of self-discovery and remembrance. This makes the Pleiadian experience personally accessible to anyone. It is no longer about seeing a Pleiadian, it is about the possibility of being one. This shift in perspective is immensely empowering. It turns the individual into a direct and crucial participant in the cosmic drama, rather than a passive observer or a victim of circumstances. It aligns perfectly with the emphasis of modern spirituality on journeys of self-discovery and self-realization. In their sacred mission, the Pleiadians do not operate alone or capriciously.
They are part of a collective and hierarchical guidance structure. The sources frequently mention entities such as the Pleiadian High Council and the broader Council of Light. The latter is described as a team of ascended masters, beings of light from higher dimensions, angelic collectives, and benevolent spiritual guides from across the galaxy, including the Pleiadians. They act as the great conductors of a divine orchestra, harmonizing universal energies and overseeing the ascension plan of developing planets like ours. However, there is a fundamental principle, an inviolable cosmic law that governs all their interactions, the law of free will. We are repeatedly told that they cannot intervene directly in human affairs without our explicit permission. They cannot land in mass and solve our problems, because that would violate our learning process and our sovereignty as a species. This recurring theme of non-interference serves a critical narrative and spiritual function. It explains why, despite their immense power and loving intentions, they do not simply put an end to war, hunger, and injustice in our world. The responsibility for action ultimately rests with human beings themselves, and this reinforces the central themes of self-empowerment, responsibility, and co-creation. It transforms humanity from an infantile species waiting to be rescued to an adult species responsible for its own salvation, albeit with a loving and powerful cosmic guidance available at all times if only we learn to ask for it from a unified heart.
The descriptions of Pleiadian civilization, as they are transmitted to us, paint a picture of a social and spiritual utopia, a society that has transcended the conflicts, divisions, and limitations that define much of the current human experience. This vision is not just for our admiration. It serves as both an inspiration and a possible model, a blueprint for the luminous future they propose for the new Earth. The Pleiadian society, in its essence, is described as one that operates with love, ideas, and ideals that are largely unknown to our current society. Their culture is goddess-centered, which does not imply female domination, but a deep respect and balance between the divine feminine and the divine masculine energies. A society based on harmony, creativity, beauty, and peace. Their fundamental philosophy is that of unity consciousness, a profound recognition, not just intellectual but cellular, of the inherent interconnectedness of all life with the divine source, with the all that is. This holistic approach permeates every aspect of their existence, from personal relationships to social structure, education, and art. They live in a state of constant communion with nature, with the cosmos, and with each other. How is such an advanced society governed? We are told that it functions without wars, without armies, without a political system based on competition and power. And perhaps most surprising for our mindset, it functions without an economic system based on money, debt, or the accumulation of material possessions. All needs are met for all individuals. Advanced technology and unity consciousness ensure that abundance flows freely. Individuals dedicate only a few hours a day to the work necessary for the community's maintenance, employing the vast majority of their time and energy in the pursuit of creativity, the development of their talents, spiritual growth, and joyful service to others. Governance is handled by a high council, a body of wise and ancient beings who disseminate information and guidance to all their planets. And they, in turn, rely on the counsel and wisdom of even more advanced beings from other parts of the galaxy, such as the Andromeda Galaxy. It is a hierarchy of wisdom, not of power.
Perhaps the key technological and biological element that sustains this astonishing social harmony is their innate and fully developed telepathic ability. By being able to communicate directly through thought, emotion, and pure intention, the possibility of deceit, corruption, misunderstandings, and political manipulation is eliminated at its root. Imagine a world where the truth of each person is transparent to all. Telepathy is not simply a superpower in their society. It is the biological and spiritual foundation that makes their utopian social contract possible. And this carries a profound implication for us. It suggests that for humanity to reach a similar state of harmony and lasting peace, political or economic reforms are not enough. A radical evolution of our own consciousness and our way of communicating is a prerequisite, a transition from the mind to the heart. The Pleiadian philosophy is simple in its essence, but profound in its implications. They teach that everything in the universe is energy in different states of vibration, that consciousness is not a byproduct of the brain, but the fundamental substance from which all reality emerges, and that, therefore, we, as sparks of that universal consciousness, are co-creators of our own reality through the frequency we hold with our thoughts, emotions, and beliefs. They emphasize the importance of living in harmony with the natural rhythms of the universe, of honoring the cycles of life, and of recognizing our sacred role as cosmic guardians of the planet we inhabit. Their philosophy is eminently practical and empowering. It encourages self-knowledge, personal responsibility, living from the authenticity of the heart, and above all, the recognition of the divinity that resides within each person. The description of Pleiadian society inevitably functions as a utopian mirror that serves as a direct, though loving, critique of contemporary human society. While our experience is often marked by war, inequality, fierce competition, and environmental destruction, Pleiadian society is defined by the total absence of these problems.
Therefore, the Pleiadian narrative is not just the description of a fascinating alien world. It is a projection of our highest aspirations and the reflection of our most painful failures, presenting us with a clear and inspiring goal for that new Earth that so many long to build. The Pleiadian narrative is not limited to their star system, but is deeply, intimately, and inseparably intertwined with the hidden, unwritten history of our own planet.
The various sources detail a very long history of interaction, dating back hundreds of thousands of years, in which the Pleiadians acted as spiritual sowers, genetic engineers, and loving guides for the first and fragile civilizations of humanity. One of the most significant and moving connections is established with the legendary and dreamlike civilization of Lemuria. There are channeled chronicles that state that in the antiquity of that golden age, the women of ancient Lemuria, due to their intuitive and receptive nature, were instructed directly in the fundamental spiritual truths by the Pleiadian star mothers. This teaching establishes a direct, gendered, and deeply nurturing link between the Pleiadians and one of the most important foundational lost civilizations of Earth. The emphasis on the star mothers aligns perfectly with the description of Pleiadian society as goddess-centered, and with the contemporary revaluation of the wisdom and power of the divine feminine, which has been suppressed for so long on our planet. Lemuria, under Pleiadian tutelage, became a beacon of harmony, intuition, and connection with the Earth. The Pleiadian influence, however, extended far beyond Lemuria. It is said that they were deeply involved in the development of various civilizations throughout history, including the powerful and technologically advanced Atlantis and the mystical cultures of the Mayans and Incas in the Americas. Researchers highlight how numerous ancient cultures around the world, including the Hopi, the Mayans, the Cherokee, the ancient Hawaiians, and the pre-dynastic Egyptians, preserve in their myths and oral traditions detailed and surprisingly similar connections between their ancestors and gods who came from the Pleiades.
Research on the shining beings, those civilizing gods, tall, fair-skinned, with advanced knowledge, who appeared in different parts of the world after a great global flood, share astonishing descriptive parallels with the Pleiadian narrative, suggesting a possible link. Were these gods the Pleiadians themselves, or survivors of Atlantis instructed by them, who embarked on a mission to reseed civilization in a devastated world? This narrative of Pleiadian influence on a wide range of ancient cultures, seemingly disconnected from each other by vast oceans and millennia, creates a unified and global spiritual history for humanity. It reinterprets the world's mythologies not as isolated and primitive tales, but as different dialects of a single cosmic truth, a primordial wisdom sown on Earth by these benevolent visitors from the stars. To carry out their mission of guidance, the Pleiadians, we are told, have acted as the great galactic historians, maintaining a complete and detailed record of human evolution on Earth and of all the cosmic events that have affected it. This vast and unimaginable repository of knowledge is accessible through what is known as the Akashic Records, an etheric compendium, a field of vibrational information which contains the record of all events, thoughts, and emotions of all time. There are those in our time who claim to have the ability to access these galactic Akashic records to obtain detailed information about the suppressed cosmic history and the soul origins of each individual. This positions channeled knowledge not as a fantasy, but as the recovery of lost data from a higher source, more complete and more reliable than conventional historical records, which are often fragmentary, biased, or deliberately altered. The Pleiadians in this view are the librarians of our true history. The Pleiadian narrative does not unfold in a vacuum of peace and love, but in the context of a cosmic drama of epic proportions, a struggle that has been waged through the eons between forces of light and forces of control and darkness.
It is a war that is not fought primarily with ships and weapons, but for the consciousness of developing species. In this galactic conflict, the Pleiadians are presented as key protagonists, as warriors of light on the side of liberation, awakening, and the ascension of humanity. A central theme, prominently articulated in many streams of esoteric thought, is the existence of a fundamental conflict between the benevolent Pleiadian agenda and the controlling and often selfish Anunnaki deviation. The Anunnaki, as we have explored in other chronicles, are often associated with the planet Nibiru and led by the figure of Anu. They are described as a force that, in its most negative factions, seeks to manipulate humanity through fear, genetic control, the suppression of knowledge, and the promotion of materialism and division. Conversely, the Pleiadian mission is to actively counteract this dark influence. They seek to guide humanity toward love, light, and a higher consciousness, helping us to remember our true divine nature and to free ourselves from these ancient systems of control that have kept the planet in a state of amnesia and suffering for millennia. This narrative of a benevolent and luminous spiritual force, the Pleiadians, helping humanity to awaken from the control of manipulative and matter-oriented entities, the Anunnaki, is a clear and fascinating parallel to the ancient Gnostic cosmology. Gnosticism postulated a true and transcendent God and a lesser creator, often ignorant or malevolent, the demiurge, who created the material world as a prison for the divine spark trapped within human beings. In this modern framework, the Pleiadians assume the role of emissaries from the higher realms of light, while the Anunnaki, often linked to the creation of humanity for slave labor, function as the archetype of the demiurge. The ascension of humanity, therefore, is equivalent to gnosis, the direct and liberating knowledge that awakens the soul from the illusions and bonds of the material world.
In this cosmic struggle for the soul of the earth, the Pleiadians are not alone. They are part of a vast alliance or galactic federation that includes many other benevolent and spiritually advanced races, such as the wise Arcturians, the majestic Syrians, and the visionary Andromedans. It is said that the Arcturians and the Pleiadians were the first guiding forces of humanity, involved in the initial genetic experiments that led to our creation, always with the intention of fostering great spiritual potential. The main adversaries in this galactic war are often identified as the Draconians, from the constellation Draco, and various reptilian factions. They are described as beings of immense antiquity, technologically very advanced, but who operate from a consciousness of service to self, based on domination, hierarchy, and control. There are those who recount a vast galactic history of a continuous war between the Pleiadian alliance and these forces of darkness, a war that has been fought for millennia and has had the Earth as one of its most important stages. This conflict is not simply a physical war in space, but a subtle and covert battle for consciousness, for the evolutionary direction of developing species like ours. It is fought on the astral planes, in the corridors of hidden power, and, above all, within the heart and mind of every human being. The technology attributed to the Pleiadians, far from being the cold, external machinery we associate with that word, is intrinsically linked to consciousness, energy, and spirituality. Their tools are, in essence, extensions of their advanced psychic abilities and their deep understanding of universal physics as a manifestation of thought. The Pleiadians, we are told, use spaceships of astonishing beauty and sophistication, often called lightships or motherships, for their interstellar and interdimensional journeys. There are accounts of people who claim to have been taken aboard these ships, not for terrifying experiments, but for processes of deep healing and spiritual education. In addition to ships, they also use a network of portals or stargates, both natural and artificial, to travel instantly across vast distances.
This aligns with research on sacred sites on Earth, which suggests that many of them, like Stonehenge or certain Egyptian temples, were designed as portal technology, capable of opening doors to other dimensions. But their most important technology is that which focuses on the evolution of consciousness, the science of ascension. This is based on the direct manipulation of energy, frequency, and information at the quantum level. One of their key methods is DNA activation. They teach that the original human DNA not only had 2 strands, but 12, and that these additional strands, which correspond to our higher spiritual and psychic abilities, were disconnected in a remote past. The Pleiadians, it is claimed, are now helping us to clear karmic blockages and to repattern our DNA to its original divine 12-strand model, thus activating our latent potential for telepathy, clairvoyance, instant healing, and longevity. Another of their gifts is the language of light. It is described as a form of multi-dimensional communication and healing that uses sound, frequency, geometry, and color. It is not a language to be understood by the logical mind, but rather it bypasses the intellect and works directly on the energy body and DNA, transmitting packets of information and healing codes that restore harmony and balance. They also provide, through their messengers, high-vibration numerical sequences and sacred geometry symbols like the 7-pointed star to be used in meditation as tools for healing, protection, and the expansion of consciousness.
And in its most advanced form, they teach quantum healing, the ability to consciously reconstruct molecular structures in the quantum field, to manifest new realities, both in the physical body and in the external world. A fundamental teaching that unifies all these practices is that consciousness itself is the primordial technology, the source from which everything else arises. The ability to focus intention, to cultivate self-reflection, and to consciously raise one's own vibrational frequency through emotions like love, gratitude, and compassion is presented as the supreme power.
This power allows individuals to stop being victims of circumstances and to become conscious co-creators of their own reality, in alignment with the divine matrix, that field of intelligent energy that connects all things. The Pleiadian narrative, therefore, constantly reframes and spiritualizes the concept of advancement. It suggests that true technological progress is, and always will be, inseparable from spiritual evolution. And so, after traveling the paths of the stars, the chronicles of lost worlds, and the battles for the soul of creation, we arrive at the heart of the Pleiadian narrative, at their deepest and most personal message for us, here and now. Through the synthesis of these diverse and rich perspectives, the Pleiadians emerge as an ancient and benevolent race of light beings, our spiritual progenitors and cosmic guides. Their society is presented to us as a mirror of our own utopian potential, a vision of what humanity can become when love, harmony, and unity consciousness become the pillars of civilization. Their sacred mission on Earth, which extends over millennia, is to help us in our process of ascension, an awakening that places us at the center of a cosmic drama, where we oppose the forces of control and limitation that have sought to keep us in darkness. And to fulfill this mission, they offer us not weapons, but tools of consciousness, the activation of our DNA, the healing power of the language of light, and the understanding that we are the architects of our own reality.
The Pleiadian narrative offers a compelling alternative to both scientific materialism, which often denies the spirit, and traditional religious dogmas, which often demand blind faith. Its immense appeal lies in its ability to provide a sense of cosmic purpose, a noble stellar lineage, and a practical and empowering framework for personal and collective transformation. It addresses the most fundamental human questions. Where do we come from? Why are we here? And where are we going? Within an expansive and hopeful galactic context. By reinterpreting mythology, ancient history, and our own biology through an extraterrestrial and spiritual lens, it offers us a sense of belonging to a story much larger, older, and more significant than we had ever been told. Ultimately, the Pleiadian legacy, as it is revealed to us, is not a relic of a distant past, but a living model for a potential future. The constant emphasis
on an imminent great awakening, on the activation of our DNA, and on personal and planetary ascension, presents us with a future-oriented spiritual path, a path that is not passive, but deeply participatory. For those who feel the resonance of this story in their heart, the Pleiadians are not merely characters in a science fiction saga. They are active partners in the co-creation of a new era for Earth, an era that will finally be defined by the higher consciousness, lasting peace, and unity that they themselves represent. The story of the Pleiadians, therefore, functions as a potent and luminous modern myth. It reflects humanity's enduring search for connection, for meaning, and for transcendence in a universe that is revealed to us day by day as infinitely vaster, more populated, and more mysterious than we had ever dreamed.
If this journey through the Song of the Seven Sisters has awakened something in you, if you have felt an echo of truth in these words, if an inexplicable feeling of longing and recognition has sprouted in your heart, I invite you to embrace that feeling. It is the whisper of your own soul, reminding you of your cosmic heritage. I invite you to join our community of consciousness explorers by subscribing to this channel. Together, we can continue to unveil the mysteries of our past to illuminate the path to our collective future. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart, for joining me on this sacred journey. May the wisdom of the Pleiades remind you of the light you carry within, the power that resides in your heart, and the importance of your unique presence on this planet at this precise moment of awakening. Never forget, you are not alone. You are a star seed, a beacon of light in the night, and you have come here with a purpose, and that purpose now is beginning to flourish. May the unfathomable peace that surpasses all understanding, may the profound wisdom that guides your every step, and may the unconditional love that embraces all and heals all of the eternal ages illuminate and abundantly bless your path now and forever. May it be so.
If you liked this content, hit the like button. Share it with someone who might be interested in this topic, and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss the next videos. In the vast and complex tapestry of hidden history and modern esoteric cosmology, in that universe of stories that dare to challenge our understanding of reality, few figures are as central, as formidable, and as unsettling as the Draconians. Far from being mere creations of fiction, in the chronicles of the soul and in the narratives of those who have explored the darkest corners of our past, they emerge as an archetypal force. They are the main antagonist in a cosmic drama that spans eons and galaxies. They represent the embodiment of a philosophy of control, of relentless hierarchy, and of incessant conquest, acting as the primordial engine of the conflict that has shaped not only galactic history, but also, and crucially, the veiled destiny of humanity.
To understand the magnitude of this saga, we must first understand the philosophical schism that, according to these traditions, divides the advanced civilizations of the universe. It is a fundamental choice, a fork in the path of consciousness, service to self versus service to others. And the Draconians, we are told, are the archetypes and the most fervent exponents of the service to self philosophy. It is a worldview founded on domination, on the exploitation of resources, and on the subjugation of other races as a means for self-advancement. This ideology, cold and logical in its application, directly opposes the ethos of benevolence, cooperation, and unity of their adversaries, often grouped under the banner of a galactic federation of worlds. On this great cosmic chessboard, Earth is not an isolated and insignificant planet. It is a strategic prize, an oasis of immense biological, genetic, and spiritual value. Our history, therefore, becomes a battlefield by proxy, a stage where the agendas of these opposing galactic forces manifest through subtle influence, genetic manipulation, and direct conflict.
The Draconian narrative, when examined in its entirety, serves a function similar to that of a modern theodicy, a framework to explain the existence of evil and suffering in the world. By attributing the source of conflict, oppression, and chaos to a tangible, intelligent, and non-human agency, the origin of evil is externalized. This provides a clear antagonist and, consequently, a defined path toward resolution and liberation. In traditional religious cosmologies, figures like Satan or Ahriman fulfilled this explanatory role. In our modern era, characterized by technology and space exploration, the Draconian myth serves an analogous purpose, answering the question, why is there so much suffering, with the chilling answer, because an ancient, predatory alien empire is manipulating us. This narrative framework not only seeks to explain global injustices and human suffering, but also offers a call to action, the awakening of our consciousness as the supreme act of resistance and liberation. Today, soul traveler, we will delve into the shadow to understand the light. We will unveil the history of this formidable empire, not to instill fear, but to find the keys to our own sovereignty. To comprehend the scale and nature of the Draconian influence, it is imperative to examine their origins, which, according to the sources, date back to the dawn of intelligent life in this galaxy. They are presented not as mere invaders, but as an ancient and indigenous race of this sector of the cosmos, with an ingrained and profound sense of primacy and galactic right. Most sources agree that the Draconian Empire has its origin and throne in the Alpha Draconis star system, in the constellation of Drago, the dragon.
There are those who claim, based on contacts with intelligences from other worlds, that the Draconians are one of the oldest reptilian races in the galaxy, with an empire that has expanded inexorably for millions of years.
This immense antiquity is absolutely fundamental to their imperial psychology. They consider themselves the legitimate heirs and rulers of the galaxy, viewing other races, especially humanoid or mammalian life forms, as upstarts, as an anomaly to be contained or assimilated. They are, from their perspective, a race of warriors and conquerors in constant expansion, who consider Earth not just as a planet to conquer, but as their ancient ancestral home, an outpost that was once theirs and that they now reclaim. Their origin in Alpha Draconis, which was one of our planet's ancient pole stars millennia ago, symbolically reinforces their self-perception as a central power, a fundamental axis in the cosmos. A remarkably detailed perspective on reptilian origins is offered through the decoding of ancient Sumerian languages and myths. In these interpretations, the term Draconian is not used, but rather a complex and often conflicting network of reptilian races known generically as the Jinnable, which in Sumerian means lizards, is described. Within this vast galactic family, a royal caste of winged albinos, the Kingu Babar, is identified, who are explicitly associated with the constellation of Draco. These Kingu Babar are presented as the aristocratic elite and the apex of the Jinnable power, often in conflict with other factions such as the Ushumgal, the Great Dragons, and the Anuna, the famous gods of the Sumerian tablets, whom these chronicles describe not as the ruling race, but as a warrior caste in the service of the Ushumgal. This narrative provides a rich internal mythology, full of civil wars, dynastic alliances, and bitter betrayals, which contextualizes and gives depth to the imperial ambitions and the inherently conflictive nature of the Draconian race. The expansion of the Draconian Empire is a central and bloody theme in this hidden history. There are accounts that detail a galactic conquest campaign of astonishing duration and scale, in which the Draconians subjugated up to 21 star systems. The most significant and tragic conflict in this early history was the war against the human civilizations of the Lyra star system.
According to these chronicles, the Lyrans were a peaceful race, primarily agricultural and artistic, who represented the first great expansion of humanoid life in the galaxy. They were brutally attacked by the forces of Draco, who did not see them as equals, but as an infestation that had to be eradicated. The war culminated in the destruction of 3 Lyran planets, Bila, Tekka, and Merak, and the massacre of millions of their inhabitants. It was a genocide on a planetary scale. This cataclysmic event is presented as the catalyst for the human diaspora throughout the galaxy. The Lyran survivors in their star arcs fled to other systems, including the Pleiades, Sirius,
Arcturus and Andromeda, seeding the humanoid life form on many worlds. And it was in response to the continuous and relentless draconian aggression that these disparate colonies, these refugees of a lost glory, finally united to form the Galactic Federation of Worlds. It was not an alliance of conquest, but a defensive pact, a brotherhood forged in fire and loss, dedicated to opposing the tyranny of the Draconian Empire. This account establishes the framework for a millennial conflict, a war in heaven that is not just for territory, but for ideology. The imperialistic and hierarchical expansion of the Draconians versus the cooperative and sovereign confederation of the human races. The structure of the Draconian Empire is a direct and crystalline reflection of its fundamental philosophy. It is not simply a political organization. It is a totalitarian system based on genetics, a relentless hierarchy, and a predatory ideology that permeates every aspect of its existence. To understand their actions, it is essential to analyze the anatomy of their power. The Draconian society is defined by a caste system of absolute rigidity, determined not by merit, talent, or individual achievement, but exclusively by genetics and the purity of lineage. This structure is analogous to the most severe hierarchical systems in Earth's history. But in the Draconian case, the hierarchy is even stricter and more biologically ingrained, a pyramid of power etched in DNA.
At the apex of this pyramid is the royalty, the Siakar. They are described as albino reptilians of a colossal stature, between 7 and 9 meters, with winged appendages that grant them a majestic and terrifying presence. Their eyes, it is said, can change color and exert a hypnotic influence. They are the ruling caste, the master strategists, the emperors of the empire. They possess extremely powerful psionic abilities, including telepathy and large-scale mind control, and a longevity that is measured in thousands of years. Below them is the warrior caste. They are reptilians of a smaller stature, though still imposing, about 2 to 2.5 meters tall, with a scaly skin of dark green or earthy brown, and a formidable muscular physique. They are the foot soldiers, the shock troops of the empire, bred for combat and obedience. They are characterized by their ferocity in battle, their superior physical strength, and an unconditional and genetically programmed loyalty to the Siakar caste. They often operate with a hive consciousness, moving as a single organism on the battlefield. Finally, at a lower but crucial level is the scientist or infiltrator caste. Their physical descriptions are less consistent precisely because their main ability is to shapeshift, to infiltrate other civilizations. They are responsible for technological development, genetic engineering, bio-warfare, and the covert operations that sow chaos and division in the worlds the Empire wishes to conquer. They possess a superior intellect, a mastery of genetics and biotechnology, and the feared ability of metamorphosis. The ideology that underpins and justifies this rigid system is that of service to self. This philosophy, in its purest and most logical form, postulates that the purpose of existence is the accumulation of power and the advancement of the individual self, or the collective self of the species, at the expense of all others. It is not simply selfishness in the human sense. It is a path of conscious evolution that sees other beings and other civilizations not as equals, but as resources to be exploited or as obstacles to be eliminated. This belief system is intrinsically predatory and hierarchical. The strongest, the most cunning, the genetically superior have the natural and cosmic right to dominate the weaker. This philosophy manifests in every action of their empire. Conquest is not just a political strategy, it is an expression of their deepest nature. They believe that by subjugating other races, they are fulfilling a cosmic law of survival of the fittest, and, at the same time, are absorbing the energy, resources, and genetic potential of the conquered to strengthen and expand themselves. This ideology is the direct and diametrically opposed antithesis of the service to others practiced by the Galactic Federation, which is based on cooperation, sovereignty, unity, and the recognition of the intrinsic value of all life forms. The Draconian religious practices, as inferred from the sources, are far from being spiritual in the human sense of connection with a divine source of love. Instead of worshipping an external creator or a universal principle, their belief system centers on the worship of their own royal lineage and the glorification of genetic purity. The Siakar, as the oldest and most genetically pure caste, are seen not just as kings, but as living gods, the apex of reptilian evolution. Their rituals, described as authoritarian, grandiose, and often brutal, serve to reinforce this hierarchy and to instill fear and obedience in the lower castes. The term Draconian laws, which in Earth's history refers to the extremely severe legal codes of ancient Athens, is used here to describe an implacable system of social control that reflects their imperial philosophy. Fear, unconditional obedience, and sacrifice, probably of the lower castes or slave races, would be the pillars of their worship practices, designed to consolidate and magnify the power of the ruling elite. The connection between their social structure and their biology is fundamental. The Draconian obsession with genetics, blood purity, and the creation of hybrid races is not a mere whim, but the manifestation of their fundamental belief that the right to rule and the value of a being are encoded in their DNA.
The philosophy of service to self is justified from their perspective by an inherent genetic superiority. This provides a cold, unbreakable internal logic to their actions, however malevolent they may seem to us. They do not see themselves as evil. They see themselves as the natural rulers of the universe, exercising their birthright through conquest, assimilation, and a relentless order. The Draconians are described as formidable beings not only because of their technology, but because of their inherent biological and psychic abilities. These skills are not merely ancillary. They are the fundamental tools of their strategy of infiltration and domination, allowing them to wage a war on the plane of consciousness itself, a battlefield invisible to most of their prey. As we have glimpsed, the physical descriptions of the Draconians vary by caste, but they share common reptilian traits that evoke a primal fear. Based on the testimonies of supposed contactees and whistleblowers from secret programs, the members of the warrior caste usually measure between 2 and 2.5 meters in height, with a powerful, muscular build, scaly skin of a dark green or earthy brown that serves as natural camouflage, and eyes that can be a feline yellow or a reptilian red, with vertical pupils that seem to pierce the soul. The Siakar, the royal caste, are a vision of terrifying power. They are said to reach heights of 7 to 9 meters, with a white, scaly, almost translucent skin that gives them an albino and ghostly appearance. Their winged appendages are not merely decorative, they are functional, allowing them to fly in suitable atmospheres. Their hands and feet are endowed with claws, and their physical presence is so overwhelming that it can paralyze lesser beings out of sheer fear. One of the most feared and strategically crucial abilities of the Draconians, especially of their scientist and infiltrator caste, is metamorphosis or shape-shifting. This ability, according to these narratives, allows them to adopt a perfect human appearance, facilitating the infiltration of target civilizations from the highest levels of power: politics, finance, religion, and the military.
There are researchers who have dedicated much of their work to exposing this idea, claiming that many of the families of the global elite, from European royalty to the political and financial dynasties of today, are in fact reptilian bloodlines that maintain their human form through specific rituals, a high concentration of their own DNA, and the consumption of human energy, or, in the darker versions, of human blood and hormones, to maintain the cohesion of their energy field and not revert to their original form. It is related how the reptilians used this tactic to infiltrate the Atlantean civilization, kidnapping humans and creating hybrids to corrupt the society from within, sowing distrust and materialism. Although the exact mechanism of metamorphosis is not detailed exhaustively, it is presented as an advanced biological ability, possibly augmented by technology, that allows them to manipulate their own molecular structure to imitate other life forms. It is the perfect weapon for covert warfare. Beyond their physical prowess, the Draconians are consummate masters of psychic warfare. They possess a broad spectrum of psionic abilities, with telepathy and direct mind control being the most prominent and dangerous. Through telepathy, they can communicate instantly with each other across vast distances, and more importantly, they can read the thoughts and intentions of other species, which gives them an immense tactical advantage. They are always one step ahead. However, their most sinister ability is mind control. It is said that they are capable of projecting thoughts, emotions, and impulses directly into the minds of their victims, both individually and collectively. They can manipulate individuals in positions of power to make decisions that benefit the empire, and they can influence entire populations to act against their own interests. This ability is the cornerstone of their long-term control strategy. Instead of ruling solely by brute force, which is costly and generates resistance, they prefer to foster division, fear, hatred, greed, and chaos within a society.
These low-vibration emotions create a psychic environment that they can not only easily dominate, but from which, according to some theories, they feed energetically. Human suffering and fear are, in this view, a source of sustenance for them. By keeping humanity in a constant state of conflict and anxiety, they weaken our collective will, fragment our unity, and make us susceptible to subjugation. The draconian caste structure is reinforced and maintained by a form of hive consciousness, especially among the lower castes. While the Psychar royalty possesses a highly developed individuality, cunning, and strategic will, the warrior and worker castes operate with a collective mentality, psionically connected to each other and directed by the will of their superiors. This hive consciousness gives them a terrifying efficiency, discipline, and unity of purpose. It allows them to execute complex plans over millennia without deviations, without internal rebellions, like that of the Igigi on the Anunnaki side, without dissent. They act as a single imperial organism with a single cold objective: conquest. These biological and psychic capabilities reveal a war strategy much more sophisticated and total than simple military conquest. The draconian objective is the subjugation of consciousness. Metamorphosis allows them to infiltrate power structures. Mind control allows them to manipulate the masses from within, causing the target population to actively and often unconsciously participate in their own enslavement. The true battlefield, therefore, is not the physical space, but the inner landscape of the human mind. The might of the Draconian Empire is based not only on their innate abilities, but on a terrifying synergy between their biology and their technology. Their tools of conquest are a direct reflection of their philosophy of domination, designed not only to destroy, but to consume, assimilate, and control all forms of life. The sources describe a formidable interstellar armada, often referred to as the Dark Fleet. Although the specific technical details of their ships and weapons are scarce in the available material, their documented ability to conquer 21 star systems, as some chronicles relate, implies an overwhelming technological superiority.
These ships would be capable of interstellar and interdimensional travel, equipped with energy weaponry capable of devastating entire planets, as is said to have happened to the Lyran worlds and to the ancient planet Maldek in our own solar system. Genetic engineering is, perhaps, the cornerstone of Draconian technology and their most distinctive tool of conquest. It reflects their obsession with blood purity, the control of evolution, and biological hierarchy. Their main method of infiltrating other civilizations is achieved through the creation of reptilian humanoid hybrids. It is described how the reptilians kidnapped humans in Atlantis for this purpose, creating a fifth column of beings with a human appearance but draconian loyalty, who would weaken the civilization from within. This theory extends to the present day, postulating that the ruling elites of our world are these same hybrid lineages that maintain their power through generations, controlling the planet from the shadows. The ability to manipulate DNA opens the door to the creation of race-specific biological weapons, or, more terrifyingly, to the creation of super soldiers. Modern military research on genetic modification to enhance the physical and cognitive abilities of soldiers can be seen as a contemporary echo of this ancient draconian technology. A genetically modified soldier, fearless, with superhuman strength and endurance and unconditional loyalty, would be the perfect warrior for the Empire. At the most speculative but thematically coherent end of draconian technology lies the concept of black goo. This material is described as a nanomolecular substance, often liquid, that appears to possess a form of artificial intelligence, or, at the very least, to be programmable. It is said that the black goo is a mutagenic agent capable of rewriting the DNA of any organism with which it comes into contact. Depictions in popular culture, as in some science fiction films, show how this substance can transform biological life into xenomorphic and hostile life forms, serving as a weapon of terraforming or biological assimilation. It is an intelligent plague. The programmable and self-organizing nature of the black goo links it directly to artificial intelligence. It could be a form of liquid AI, a nanotechnology that acts like a virus, infecting biological and technological systems alike to subsume them to the will of the Draconian hive consciousness. Draconian technology, therefore, is not simply a set of external mechanical tools, but a direct extension of their own biological nature and their imperial philosophy. Their science does not seek to understand the universe, it seeks to consume it. From their starships to their genetic weapons and the assimilating black goo, every invention is designed for one purpose: the expansion, control, and transformation of all life into an extension of the Draconian Empire itself. The history of the Earth, according to the body of knowledge presented by these authors, cannot be understood as an isolated development. The myths of lost continents and primordial civilizations like Lemuria and Atlantis are reinterpreted as crucial chapters in a galactic war of eons' duration between the expansionist Draconian Empire and the allied forces of the Galactic Federation. The seminal conflict that gives rise to the galactic narrative is the war between the Draconian Empire and the human civilizations of the Lyra star system. According to these chronicles, the Lyrans represented the first great expansion of humanity in the galaxy. Their annihilation at the hands of the Draconians was not just an act of conquest, but a declaration of intent. The reptilian race would not tolerate the emergence of a rival mammalian power. This genocide led to the Lyran diaspora, scattering the human refugees throughout the Pleiades, Sirius, and other systems, and laid the groundwork for the creation of the Galactic Federation as a mutual defense pact against the Draconian threat. The Earth became the next great stage of this conflict. It is related that the reptilians, under Draconian control, colonized the vast Pacific continent known as Lemuria. In response, the Galactic Federation took a strategic measure. They sent to Earth the Atlanteans, a race of highly advanced and warlike Lyran refugees who had settled in the Pleiades.
The Atlanteans founded their civilization on a continent in the Atlantic Ocean, and, acting as a shock force for the Federation, launched a devastating attack on the reptilian-occupied Lemuria. The war was so cataclysmic that, according to these chronicles, it culminated in the sinking of the continent of Lemuria, forcing the surviving reptilians to take refuge in subterranean bases. Other perspectives add another crucial dimension to the galactic conflict: the Orion Wars. The account here does not focus on territorial conquest, but on the control of an interdimensional portal of strategic importance located in the constellation of Orion. This war for the heavens was waged between a galactic confederation and the Draconian forces.
This approach highlights that the war was not just physical, but also dimensional. The control of these portals would allow a faction to dominate travel and communication across dimensions, granting a decisive advantage. The Atlantean technology, which according to various sources was based on crystals and the manipulation of energy portals, would make Atlantis a strategic target of the First Order for both factions. After their defeat in Lemuria, the Draconians changed tactics, moving from direct confrontation to covert subversion. It is said that the surviving reptilians, using their shape-shifting abilities, infiltrated Atlantean society. They created hybrid lineages and gradually corrupted the ruling elite, sowing discord, elitism, and materialism, diverting the civilization from its original spiritual purpose. This infiltration explains the philosophical divergence. Atlantis, initially a bastion of the Federation with a service to others philosophy, was corrupted toward the Draconian model of service to self. This ideological corruption put it in direct conflict with the remaining civilizations in the Lemurian sphere of influence. The ensuing war, described as a contest involving weapons of unimaginable power, led to the destruction of both civilizations. From the Draconian perspective, this was an ideal outcome. Two of their enemies' biggest strongholds on Earth annihilated each other, leaving the planet vulnerable for the next phase of their plan. The myths of Lemuria and Atlantis are not stories of two separate civilizations, but interconnected acts in the grand drama of a galactic war fought on terrestrial soil.
The central act of the post-Diluvian era was the genetic engineering of Homo sapiens, an event that was also an act of war by proxy. This is where the archetype of the eagle and the serpent comes into play, representing the Anunnaki factions influenced by the higher galactic powers. The eagle faction, Draconian, Enlil, modified the primitive hominids for the sole purpose of creating a race of slave workers, the Lulus, to mine gold. Their goal was a hierarchical and authoritarian world order. The serpent faction, Federation, Enki, although participating in the project, had a hidden agenda. Enki and his allies secretly introduced additional DNA sequences into our genome, a divine spark, a latent potential for higher consciousness. It was a genetic backdoor so that humanity, in time, could awaken. The biblical story of the serpent in Eden is seen as an allegory of this action by Enki, challenging the command of the authoritarian god to keep humanity in ignorance. When the Anunnaki withdrew from open contact, the Draconian agenda did not disappear. It was perpetuated through hybrid bloodlines and the secret societies they founded, often called the Babylonian Brotherhood or the Illuminati. It is postulated that these lineages have maintained control of power throughout history, manipulating the key institutions of society. Human history, from this perspective, is the story of this covert war, where great conflicts and authoritarian religions are manifestations of the eagle Draconian agenda, while movements of spiritual awakening and the mystery schools are driven by the heritage of the Serpent Federation.
The narrative about the Draconian Empire, synthesized from these esoteric chronicles, transcends a simple story of the evil alien. It is presented as a complex and coherent cosmogonic myth for our era, an epic that seeks to make sense of human history, suffering, and the latent potential of our consciousness. It is, in essence, a warning about the abuse of power, technology, and consciousness, and the call to action for humanity, which today finds itself at an existential crossroads. The central theme that emerges from this analysis is the existence of an invisible war. The main battlefield is not the physical space, but the realm of consciousness. The draconian methods of control, the promotion of fear through the media, social division through politics, materialism through the economy, the suppression of ancient knowledge, and the distortion of historical truth are meticulously designed to keep human consciousness in a low vibrational state. In this state of fear and separation, humanity is more susceptible to manipulation, easier to control, and, according to some accounts, generates the negative energy on which these entities feed. Global power structures, from debt-based financial systems to dogmatic religions and mainstream media, are seen as the tools of this control system. Faced with this agenda of subjugation, the sources propose a clear and powerful strategy of liberation. The counterattack is not military, but spiritual. It involves an awakening to this hidden history, a remembering of who we really are and where we come from. The path to sovereignty involves raising individual and collective consciousness through the practice of unconditional love, compassion, the search for unity, and the courage to seek inner truth beyond the narratives that have been imposed on us. By doing so, humanity can change its own vibrational frequency, becoming immune to fear-based manipulation and reclaiming its inherent spiritual power.
Ultimately, this narrative places humanity at the center of the cosmic conflict. Far from being mere passive victims, human beings are presented as the possessors of a unique and powerful genetic heritage, an explosive mixture of slave potential and latent divinity. The choice that humanity makes now, to continue on the path of division and fear, inadvertently serving the draconian agenda of service to self, or to awaken and consciously embrace a philosophy of unity and love, of service to others, will determine not only our own destiny, but could tip the balance in a war that has lasted for eons.
The current global crises, therefore, are not seen as random events or mere political failures. They are the final convulsions of an old paradigm of control that refuses to die, and the birth pangs of a new human consciousness with the potential to reclaim its sovereignty and take its rightful place in the galactic community. And so, after traveling through the dark corridors of time and the battlefields of the stars, we arrive at the conclusion of this chronicle, which is, in truth, the beginning of our own story. The Draconian Saga, with all its shadow and its power, is not a tale to instill hopelessness, but to ignite a flame. The flame of discernment, of courage, and of remembrance. It teaches us that the greatest tyranny is not that which is imposed with iron chains, but with chains of fear and ignorance, and that the most authentic freedom is not won on an external battlefield, but in the silent territory of our own heart. The story of the Draconians and their conflict with the Federation of Light is the great archetype of the duality that each of us faces within. The voice of fear versus the voice of love. The impulse to control versus the desire to cooperate. The ego that seeks to separate versus the soul that longs to unite. The galactic war, ultimately, is fought within you.
If this journey through the echoes of a stellar empire has resonated in the deepest part of your being, if it has awakened questions you thought were dormant, if it has ignited a spark of indignation or recognition in your soul, I invite you to honor that feeling. It is no coincidence. It is the call of your own sovereignty, the silent roar of your divine heritage that refuses to be forgotten. I invite you to join our community of consciousness explorers by subscribing to this channel. Together, as a family of awakened souls, we can continue to unveil the mysteries of our past, to illuminate and co-create a future of freedom. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for joining me on this sacred journey through the shadow. May the chronicle of the Draconian Empire serve not as a prophecy of doom, but as a map of the traps we must avoid. May it inspire us to question everything, to seek the truth within ourselves, and to always remember that we carry in our blood the heritage of the stars and the power of the earth. We carry within us the potential for both tyranny and transcendence. The story of the Draconians is not just a story about an empire that seeks to control the galaxy. It is a story about the empire of fear that seeks to control your heart. And its final message is a choice between submission and sovereignty, between division and
Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss the next videos.